start with our check. Okay, thank you, Sarah, for recording for us. And Sarah, if you can be kind to share again the agenda in the chat room. I don't know if you've received it and you can share with us. I tried the background on this computer and my teeth turned purple. So I've removed it now, so I'm not looking like I am a vampire. But as many people as can use the space holder and the background, kindly do so. I don't know if you want to share some with us in the chat room as well, Sarah, for anyone who wants to use it to do so. Quickly. Okay. Thank you. So may I hand over to Adé to key us in for check-in, grounding, breathing exercise.
Thank you, Toyin. Hope you can all hear me. Okay, great. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our powerful gathering. So for now, I'm going to invite you to gently lower your gaze or close your eyes if you feel comfortable. If you could put yourself on mute so that we don't get too much interference as well. So if you lower your gaze, close your eyes, if you feel comfortable doing that. Feeling both feet on the ground. You might want to start with wiggling your toes if you can. And if you can't do that, just sort of moving your feet, your toes slightly, just really connecting with them. And then bringing them to a steady state. Just notice, how are those feet right now? What sensations are you feeling in those feet? And see if you can gently bring your attention from your feet, moving upwards. So through your legs, your thighs, simply tracking whatever sensations you might be feeling in your body, moving slowly up the pelvic region, your abdomen, your chest, your shoulders, your arms, your hands, your throat, your face, and your head. What sensations are pulsating through your body? Simply tracking. You're not looking to change anything. Simply noticing. And I'd like you to pay attention to your breath. Noticing as you're breathing in and as you're breathing out. As you're breathing in and breathing out. And I'm going to invite you to take a couple of deep breaths where you get to fill in your lungs, and then you're going to breathe out with a sigh, This is why you're on mute, so don't worry, no one's going to hear you. So if you breathe in, you might want to count in for 5, filling in those lungs. So breathing in, holding it for a couple of seconds, and then breathe out with a sigh. And then breathe in again, filling in those lungs. See if you can count up to maybe 6. Holding it for 2 seconds. And then breathing out with a sigh so that you actually expel all the air in your lungs. So do that a couple of times. Go on, try it one more time. Breathing in, filling in your lungs, and then breathing out with a sigh. And then bring your attention back to your breath. Breathe in as you normally would. Don't control it, don't change it. Simply notice. Can you notice as you're breathing in and breathing out? Like watching a movie. See if you can track the air going through your nose. And as you're breathing out, simply noticing. If you notice yourself get distracted, that's perfectly natural. Bring your attention back to your breath. Your attention back to your breath. And as you're breathing in and out, I'm going to invite you to place one of your hands on a part of your body that could do with some compassion this morning. So it could be your chest area, it could be your stomach, it could be your lap, it could be any part of your body that could do with some compassion. You place one of your hands, or maybe both your hands, if that's what that part of the body needs. And gently leave your hand there for a brief moment. And checking in. What does that part of your body need right now? What does it need? What words of affirmation, of tenderness, of connection does it need? And simply leave that hand there for now as you're breathing in and breathing out. Simply noticing as you're breathing in and breathing out and feeling that part of your body. Noticing, observing. And then very gently let go of that part of the body, positioning your arms in whatever way is comfortable. And I'm going to invite you to gently open your eyes. And this time I'd like you to have a look at the room that you're in. Have a look around. You probably would need to adjust how you're sat. But have a look around at the walls, the ceiling, the floor. Keep looking. And I'd like you to bring your attention to something in the room that maybe you've not noticed for a while. It could be something big, it could be something small. Just bring your attention to that thing that maybe you've not looked at it for a while, you've not really noticed it. And simply allow yourself to connect with that thing. Keep looking at it, breathing in and breathing out. And see if you can be with your breath and at the same time with this thing that you're looking at. So you're not abandoning yourself and you're not sort of clinging to what you're looking at. You're breathing in, breathing out and looking at this thing. What is it about this thing that's got your attention? Simply noticing, observing, and then let go of that thing and bring your attention back to the screen. Taking a few deep breaths, breathing in, breathing out. This time I'd like you to rotate your shoulders the same way that I'm doing. Just doing that gently, just gently, softly, rotating your body if you're able to do that. Don't overexert yourself, just doing it very gently. And then bringing it to a stationary position. And then Just really letting go. And so in chat, I'm going to invite you to type in 1 or 2 words that captures how you're feeling right now in this moment. 1 or 2 words that captures how you're feeling. And whatever you're feeling is what you're feeling. Emotions are energy in motion. So there's no right or wrong way. How you're feeling is how you're feeling. So yeah, typing in those words as a way of arriving, a way of settling in to this space. So thank you to those of you who have. I'm just going to read out a few of the words so that, yeah, we hear the vibration as we come together for this powerful day. So we have calm, grateful and grounded, excited, feel unsettled, calm and settled, excitement, joy, tender, love, grounded, connected. Beautiful. Thank you. And as we go through the session today, simply notice how you're feeling. They come and it goes. It's like weather, like the clouds. It comes and it goes. Simply noticing that. So thank you, everyone. And I'm wishing all of us an amazing day. Over to you, Toyin.
Thank you so much. That's amazing. How are you all feeling? I know you said so. It's just me being rhetoric. I see smiling faces. That's calming my energy here. Thank you so much for that amazing grounding section, Adé. Hi, everyone. For those of you who have now joined us, welcome.
Thank you.
I am grateful that we are having this recorded so that those people who are unable to make it can have it listening to later. So, and I hope more people will be able to join us as we go forward. So, Susan is unable to join us. She is supposed to be the co-moderator today, as well as someone who anchors us in with a welcoming address or a welcome address. And Stephen Temitope David has stepped in to do this for us. So may I, in love and light, invite you to give us the welcome address. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much, Toyin. I'm so excited to be here. My name is Stephen Temitope David, yeah, this is something I'm deeply passionate about because it speaks to the core of the kind of research that I do. So I work at Stellenbosch University, and as Toyin rightly stated, I am standing. I hope you can all hear me. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yes, I stepped in last minute, so you have to pardon me for the short piece that I've been able to put together, of course, with the help of Toyin also. But I believe that it's impossible, and I haven't started reading this piece, so this is me just ad-libbing. I believe that it's impossible to speak about being African without speaking about some kind of trauma, because Africa itself, let's say the post-colonial world or the former colonies, could be considered one vast crime scene because of the profoundly violent encounters that people have had with the outsiders, and that of course continues to shape how we think about identities, how we move through space, and our worldview generally. So having said that, I think this is a conversation, or conversations like the ones we're going to be having today, are very key. So on that note, I wish to welcome you to the first ìAfrika's conference. Of course, while this is virtual at this point, we hope for a more physical gathering in the nearest future if the BA, whatever name it's called now, doesn't scuttle such plans. So today's conference is titled Intergenerational and Collective Healing. What do they mean for Africa? Of course, the idea of focusing on healing is quite intentional because most times when we speak, and quite rightly, when we speak about Africa, of course, violence would always come up, but of course, it's good for us to recognize what has happened in the past, but it's also important for us to begin to chart a path towards the future. And so that's the crux of today's gathering. So the title of today's conference is not accidental in any way. The history of Africa is complex, of course, mostly violent. Think slavery, colonialism, and the multiple forms of truncated nationalist movements, as well as protracted conflicts. This has left haunting traumatic, has left a haunting traumatic landscape, and this has also adversely affected, and it has adversely affected Africa's present realities, while in some cases eroding its beauty, its promise, and its diversity. Beyond the physical damage done to this continent by all the moments and encounters, violent encounters that we've had, there has also been the obstruction of African spiritualism, the pillaging of our natural resources, and of course, these have left deep psychological scars, which have been passed from one generation to the next. And if we are not intentional about stemming these transgenerational transfer, it might be passed on to even those who are coming after us. This continuous stripping away of Africa's identity and identities and ways of life have had huge impact and created multiple forms of problems and disunity in contemporary Africa. This conference will explore what holistic, intergenerational, and collective healing means for Africa as we think about the future. Most importantly, we're interested in thinking about strategies directed towards a rediscovery of our Ubuntu in the face of all these troubles and challenges. As I stated earlier, the conference hopes to explore the historical context of traumatic afterlives, afterlives of violence that haunt Africa, how they're linked to the contemporary challenges that we have, and with our eyes towards thinking about strategies we can adopt for holistic healing, creating a much more robust connection across the continent, and of course, taking our future in our hands. So today we have three exciting panels, and I'm really looking forward to our conversations and discussions. The first panel is titled The Historical Context of Trauma, which is home zone for me. So I'm excited to be part of that panel. And then the second panel is it's going to be looking at the contemporary challenges and importance of change. And the third panel would, of course, bring everything home by thinking about the interventions that are needed, solutions and strategies for holistic healing. Of course, because this is, discussions around trauma are not easy to have. They are, in most cases, emotionally demanding and psychologically heavy. So in between, we have designed various well-being activities. And yeah, there will be frequent breaks to also allow us to reconnect and ground ourselves, and of course be ready to go for the next panel. So I will invite us to, as the conference is going on, to tweet. You know, these days, if you want a conversation to really go far and be robust, you have to get on Twitter. So tweet at @InauguralAfrika, Imole-Africa, and of course use this hashtag #Africa Conference 2022. And then you can also use this hashtag intergenerational healing, one word, of course, hashtag collective healing. Also, the agenda will be shared with you in the chat room so that you can follow the movement of events. I am really looking forward to today's conversations, and I hope that at the end of everything, we'll be able to come out with usable ideas and solutions that will move us to the next level on this continent. Now let me hand you over to Dr. Toyin. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's heartwarming. Just not going to take time. I want us to get started as soon as possible, but just permit me to bedazzle you with this short opening remarks. Once again, wholesome greetings, awesome people. I hope you are all alive and well and thriving within your essence. And I want you to let me know if you can hear me clearly, so I don't end up talking to myself, okay, alone. I welcome you wholeheartedly to the iAfrika's inaugural virtual conference of 2022, the first of many to come. And I'm really glad we are kickstarting it in this remarkable way with all of you as part of its grandness. Recently, I was reading some philosophical propositions about the four quadrants of knowledge, where the writer made us understand the interlinkages between the internal individual, the external individual, the internal collective, and the external collective. Suffice to say, the internal collective largely shapes a lot of who we are. And when it comes to our culture, tradition, religion, and human dysfunctional systems conditioned the internal individual with a telling outcome that impacts the external individual's behavior, worldviews, and so on. Then the external individuals become a large group of external collectives in a vicious circle of confusion where injustices thrive. What an intergenerational paradox, right? But that's not to say we are not also shaped by beauty, by wonderment, by wisdom, and by love. But the far-reaching complexities and contradictions resulting from human murky affairs is why it is crucial to reawaken a critical consciousness that could propel us towards holistic, intergenerational, and collective healing. And I believe we are more than capable to transform intergenerational and collective traumas that are haunting our souls from years, decades, and centuries of oppressive structures designed to bring disharmony and discord to us, and for that to continue among us. So opening that channel of understanding in recognizing what healing means in our collective consciousness and working towards integrating it or them in our everyday lives will not only enhance our internal individuals, but also transform our internal collective to a more loving, compassionate, and understanding people. This is why I'm inviting and welcoming us into this safe space today. To together have these profound conversations to unearth and reflect on what intergenerational and collective healing mean for us as Africans, and how we can work towards Ubuntu as our epicenter of transformation, where we become better, where we do better. Maya Angelou's words are echoing in my mind at this point, and I would love your permission to share. She said, and I quote, "Do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better." I'm now looking forward to learning, contributing, and reflecting together with all of you here today, because what's an orchestra if we are not all ready to participate and create a better melody? I'm grateful to everyone, our panelists, our chairs, our stepping moderator, well-being facilitators, and all our esteemed guests for joining in this fellowship of meaningful findings towards an integrated Africa. Welcome once again and happy deliberation. Thank you. I'm handing over to Sarah, if she's there.
Thank you for that lovely welcome. So now we'll be moving on to our first panel discussion, which is the historical context of trauma. So this session will be chaired by Stephen, who kindly opened for us. Let me just give you a brief overview of the chair and the speakers. So this panel will hear from Pinkie Mekgwe, Okhiogbe, Omonblanks, Omonhinmin. I'm so sorry. I know you'll correct us. Sitawa Namwalie. And the chair is Stephen Temitope David. Stephen is a postdoctoral fellow in the Center for the Study of the Afterlife of Violence and the Reparative Quest at Stellenbosch. He has a PhD in English and Literary Studies from Stellenbosch University, South Africa, and an MA in Literary Studies from the University of Ibadan in Nigeria. David's body of work focuses on the ways in which remembrance and nostalgia are weaponized for diverse violent ends in Africa. His research adopts an intersectional methodology which pays close attention to the ways in which gender, class, sexuality, ethnicity, ability, disability intersects to create multiplex modes of being and belonging within Africa. This mode of approaching conflicts pays attention to how sameness and differences interact to silence some voices within popular histories. So he was very right when he said that this was his domain. And our speakers, Pinkie Mekgwe is the Chief Operations Officer at Africa Health Research Institute. She was the International Ideas Senior Regional Advisor for Africa and West Africa up until she joined the AHRI. She was previously the Executive Director of Internationalism at the University of Johannesburg and has also served as Deputy Director at the Office of International Education and Partnerships of the University of Botswana and as Program Officer for the Council for the Development of Social Science Research in Africa. Mekgwe was a lecturer at the University of Botswana, a visiting researcher at the Witwatersrand Institute of Social and Economic Research, as well as a visiting lecturer at Malmö University of Sweden, before featuring in non-academic engagements. She's a published poet, a past UB writer, workshop coordinator, and a practicing Sagnoma. Welcome. Second speaker is Okhiogbe Omonblanks, who is the founder and creative director of the Arts Concepts, TAC. TAC documents and archives the narratives of Black and African heritage and those within the many intersections. As a storyteller and space maker, he believes practitioners, especially those of Black and African heritage, deserve no limitations, like the academics, to explore any horizon and get the same respect and regard as theories need practicalities to make meaning. Omonblanks is an ambassador of entanglement, who like water takes on the shape, form, or position needed to actualize projects. With critical discourse, he works within intersections, uses tools such as research-based method in oral storytelling, biographical conversation, and documentation. He believes that the body is a memory collector and that everything we do takes on a life of its own. This is evidenced through his relationships with people, stories, spaces, spices, and cooking. He's currently a fellow and lecturer for the University of Art in Berlin. Welcome, Omonblanks. And thirdly, Sitawa Namwalie is an award-winning Kenyan poet, playwright, and performing artist known for her unique dramatized poetry performances, which combine poetry and classical Kenyan music. Cut Off My Tongue, her first performance, was performed in Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda, as well as the Hay Festival in the UK in 2009. Sitawa's growing body of work includes short stories, dramatized poetry productions and plays, such as Homecoming from 2010, Silence is a Woman, Black Maria on Coniga Streets, and The Room of Lost Names. Sitawa lives in Nairobi and earns her living as a development consultant. She holds a BSc in botany and zoology from the University of Nairobi, as well as an MA in environmental studies from Clark University, Massachusetts, USA. Sitawa represented Kenya in tennis and hockey in her youth. A very warm welcome to you. We're in such esteemed company. Thank you to our first panel. I will now hand over to the chair of that panel, Stephen.
Thank you so much, Sarah. That was so smoothly done. So welcome once again, everyone. And yeah, I'm excited to chair this panel, but of course, I'll be in very excellent company as stated. So welcome Pinkie, Omonblanks, and Sitawa. If you don't mind me using just your first name, your first names, that's a political way of avoiding the challenges of working through your names. I apologize for that. This is to show that indeed Africa is not a country, contrary to what some people think. So to jump into it quickly, so let's let me start. At the heart of this conference is an exploration of what intergenerational and collective healing mean for Africa. To do so, it is important to look at how historical trauma has shaped and continues to shape African realities. From your experience, what do you see as a telling or as some of the telling effects of historical trauma on Africans? So I would suggest that we go in the order that the names appear here, so that it's easy for us to, for people to follow who is speaking. So I would invite Pinkie to please start us off by responding to that question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen, Chair. Thank you, Toyin, for inviting me into this august company. I am a little taken aback that I am starting. I found the topic of the conference particularly compelling, And I wanted to be here primarily to learn. I speak not as a scholar of this particular topic of healing or connectivity and connection, but rather as a student of spirit and of healing. I am in this instance, therefore, going to be speaking mainly experientially, but a little bit also informed by my background, which is in the literary arts, as you would have heard. The question, how does this actually, what is the telling effect of historical trauma? I started thinking around what the meaning of trauma is and how one could talk about the possibility of it having manifested in as large a geographical and just definitional space as Africa. And I was particularly interested in the intergenerational link. And I thought to myself that in the case of Africa, trauma has been experienced in the form of a collision, a violent collision of cultures, but also a violent collision against self that has left many an African broken. We have then got to see that there is a schism that has developed. It developed over time because the collision was not a once-off affair. It was something that happened over time, and it happened in many different ways. There was also, in terms of history, a concerted effort to make sure that having had that collision, there's a parceling out of different components of our society, different ways of doing things in such a fashion that we got into the space essentially of discipline and punish, particularly when it came to the cultures and the traditions of Africans, and especially in the area of spirit. One recalls in the 1800s, for instance, the Witchcraft Suppression Act in the Cape Colony. One recalls in the instance of Botswana, how people would not be allowed to practice traditions that we call Bojale and Bokwera, which are traditions of becoming a young adult, but are really about the passing on of knowledge and information within that traditional space, where you learn how to be with self, how to be with others. And the colonists at the time that were the administrators suggested that those drums, they just simply caused a din at night, and these things needed to be stopped. Now, did they understand what the drums meant? There's a sense in which one could suggest that maybe they did, because there was clearly a connection and connecting point for the community. And if you wanted to divide up the community, anything that brought the community together needed to be, as it were, dismantled. And so this is the trauma, and it has gone on for ages, over a long journey, such that a lot of that pain and a lot of the associated actions have gone through and gotten passed down different generations. Now, for spirit, And in the realm of traditional healing, intergenerational connections are critical. They're critical because there is a belief that to be one, to be whole as one, to be whole as a community, there is a lot to benefit from being connected to past and to future. Hence, all the different rituals that would normally be undertaken when people pass, and when the new ones are born. The connection with the future is in such a fashion that one is able then to mold future generations. But that trauma, that collision, that violent collision that resulted in dispersal of the human spirit, of African spirits that are even now still wandering the seas, because the rituals were not undertaken to ensure that they pass over the way that they ought to, that they feel comfort where they are, but most importantly, that they stay connected to their own, has meant that we have continued to experience the twins, as I like to call them, of fragmentation and anti-Nazism.
Thank you so much. I was just, firstly, I have to apologize for not stating how I would indicate when your time is about to run out. So you'll see I'll wave, right, when your time is about to run out. Like I'll send one of those cute little emojis, or what you call them here, so that the whole world doesn't see me waving. But thank you so much for that beautiful contribution. And yeah, of course, I find that really fascinating, especially the part about the ocean. There's an imagined body of work around that, and essentially we're all in the wake, so to speak. That's such a lovely way to start. And then Omonblanks, if you're ready for us, I think you can take it from here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. But just before I start, I would just say thank you to Sitawa, thank you to Pinkie, and also you, Stephen, for being part of this panel. And I come from a very live practice-based perspective, right? And when this topic was sent to me, historical context of trauma, it just got me thinking, like, what trauma, because we are so quick to link Africa's, and when I say Africa now, in quotation, we're just so quick to link Africa's past to whiteness, right? To white violence. And for me, as someone who has been listening to my father, my mother, my grandparents, and those before them, and hearing the stories, I've been able to hear stories that predate the white introduction to what is today Nigeria, right? Because even the concept of speaking from an African perspective, if it's not done in a very individualized manner, becomes too generalized and becomes very problematic. So with what is Nigeria today, and I am from Benin, so I'm Benin, I am Esan. The oral history that I know predates when the white people came through Sapele or came into Benin, the Portuguese. And that story, is where I sit on, right? So I am not going to speak about the trauma that comes with the white violence, I am going to speak of we looking at ourselves and knowing exactly who we are. Stephen, you spoke about violence and trauma, and it started making me think, like, if we predate, if we look at whiteness 500 years, right? That's what they say. And we talk about we have been here for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. And then we talk about the Black man and the African person and the Black person being the oldest in the world. Why then are we so forced to look at our history and who we are from 5 years history, right? I am not saying there wasn't violence. I teach on restitution and all of this stuff, but I'm saying, yes, there was violence, but like, why are we so pressed on the white violence? Why are we so pressed on speaking about ourselves in proximity to whiteness? Why are we so pressed on looking at our history, whether patriarchy, misogyny? Why is it so connected to white supremacy and capitalism, right? So if we didn't have whiteness, where would we be looking at trauma from, right? And these are the things I'm interested in. Then it makes me think about spirituality, right? And it goes into the arcane subject here, which is collective healing. And for me, I do believe in intergenerational healing, right? Because that doesn't necessarily mean that the generations are connected. As I'm here, the life that I'm living, I'm healing intergenerationally. I'm healing already my ancestral line, you know, but they're not here. I'm healing my father. He's in Benin, you know, with just the way I move through space, you know, with the way I carry myself and I look into my future, right? With the type of ways I navigate relationships. So, but collective healing is something that I also find could be problematic because it goes back into this generalization of things. Then it also connects you to the idea that every Black and African person must carry the trauma of Africa, right? Which is very daunting sometimes. And language, just rounding up, and language, like the way we use language is very, very important, right? Like I would say, for instance, this is supposed to be like a safe space, and the idea of even naming Stephen the chair, you know, it's just like that language automatically puts somebody above every other person, you know? And those are the little things that we begin to look at. Moderator, yeah, because chair becomes this very when you hear all these politicians and all these big conferences that they just talk plenty things, is a chairman, chairwoman, just like, yeah. So I will conclude on that and just thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. You have given us a lot to think about, and I'm sure as we move on, we'll think more about that. But concerning the issue of chair, I mean, yeah, it's I think it's something that we didn't really think much about. So we apologize for that.
Moderator will be best.
Moderator, it's fine. So we'll run with that, moderator. So on that note, let us invite Sitawa to take the conversation to the next level. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank the whole team, Toyin and her team, for this brilliant idea. I've been really looking forward to it. And I'm very, you know, I'm amazed at the amount of feeling that I have that has been generated. I really appreciate the beginning of when we talked, when Pinkie talked from a spiritual perspective, because that is the foundation of us all. So I have had a very rich life, you know, a lot of experiences in in very many areas. And one of the things that I have been able to see is the trauma, the trauma manifesting in all sorts of ways. So one of the things that one of the basic things, for example, is our environment. So there's the internal, as Toyin mentioned, and then there is the external. Right now in Kenya, in Nairobi, we have 3 months of our cold season. From June, July, August, if we're lucky, it can continue until September. And there are many, many born here Kenyans who will deny what's going on. Every time it's something new. And I've had arguments and in shock with people saying, no, this is global warming. I'm like, but this is the weather pattern. And people calling it winter. And I'm like, no, it's our cold season. We've got 2 rainy seasons, dry seasons, and then a cold season. And if we, and that is a product of the trauma that literally our objective experience is denied. What we're seeing with our eyes, what we're feeling with our bodies is denied because the real weather lies somewhere else. The real language for the real weather lies somewhere else. And what is the impact of that on us? I think another, so environmental air issues are something that were really fascinating when I encountered them and did quite a lot of research in that area. The environment, the weather's one thing. Our environment, our trees, our vegetation were replaced. Our trees were seen as, not straight enough. They couldn't give us the wood to build, etc. And so eucalyptuses, etc., were replaced, were planted to replace our natural trees. And it's really interesting. My late father sent me to school to study environment, but he would never, there's a certain type of acacia, it's called a yellow bark acacia, which was seen as something that causes malaria when the British came. And I couldn't get him to and whenever he saw it, he'd want to cut it down. I said, but you paid such an expensive education for me. I'm telling you, this isn't true, So environmental issues, I've seen it there. And then the other thing that I think is really important is what we do with this trauma. Of course, our interaction with the British, our interaction with the world is very dangerous. It's very endangering to us. And the mythologies that have been formulated about us. So, very often when I go to Europe, if I go to America, for the first couple of days, I am absolutely terrified of white people, totally terrified. Because I know that the stories that I've heard about being targeted are not a joke. So one of the things that, who we are and how we are able to express ourselves in the world has really been, again, affected. If I recall a historical figure, she's called Mekatilili from the coast of Kenya, who in her first encounters, she was an older woman when the British came, and she slapped a British officer. He then shot like 60 people in front of her, but she slapped that officer. And then when we look through history, as we continue, as time moves on, we are unable to express ourselves fully, and definitely not our anger. And so you have the example of George Floyd, who was a big Black man. And if you listen to his story about how he had to mollify himself, make himself small to appease white people who saw him as a danger. So I see it all over. I see our trauma all over in all areas of our lives. And I'm so glad that it's something that we're talking about. It's not going away. It didn't go away when I was born, and it's not going to go away when my grandchildren come unless we start dealing with it. The way this initiative is trying to deal with it, and in many other ways. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Sitawa. And of course, there's a particular golden thread that is beginning to emerge now, and it's that we can't think about trauma on this continent without thinking about the kind of epistemic violence that we have been subjected to, and the kind of almost a sense of alienation that has come with that in terms of thinking about our culture and who we are. I think, interestingly, you've in your presentations you have addressed the second question a little, but I would invite you to go deeper into that. So the question is, can we take a look at how some of these traumas, some of these manifestations of trauma that you've touched on, how they shape our interactions on the continent? I hope I phrased the question properly. So, Pinkie, we have come to you again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have a presentation. As I said, I'm not speaking as a scholar. I'm more as a learner. I'm much more interested in conversing. And so I will, as I reflect on this, be touching on what the other presenters just said. I particularly like the end point for Sitawa, where she talks about how important it is that we do something about this trauma. I remember thinking, okay, so one can sit here and really go on about all the pain that we have experienced, all the pain that our ancestors have experienced, all the wrongs that have been done by them and by others. But to what end? Now, because we are looking to see whether there can be healing collectively, but obviously if it's ever going to be collective, it has to start with the self. What needs to be done? Perhaps it is important to reflect on how not dealing with trauma is actually truly crippling. Many people have read Things Fall Apart. You would recall the instance where there is violence within the family. Ikemefuna is killed by one that he imagined to be his father. Yes, he was not his biological father, but he was a member of the family. He'd been brought up within that family. He had been entrusted to this man that he had come to love. Then Okonko kills him. Noe, Okonko's son, sees this. Noe, one would say, is traumatized. He feels so much pain at this violence that has befallen his family and how a family member is just taken away in that fashion. And what does he do? He feels the compulsion to step outside family, and he goes and finds solace within an environment where he hears music, he hears people singing, he hears these Christians praying, and he finds a stillness there. This becomes his way of dealing with the pain. It is to go outside of the culture. This is one of the schisms I talk about, where because that wound is not dealt with at home. Remember, I talked about how the trauma was also within our own culture, trauma within the self. So if it's not dealt with, it means that we lose connection. We lose family. We don't do enough to come back together such that we can stay family, stay connected. Why do we keep referencing white culture? Because there was a systemic introduction of this fragmentation done particularly through education, through disciplines in the first instance, where you would discipline. There's English here, there's literature, there's physics, and these things don't come together. You could look at some of that as reflected at a broader level in this fragmentation of nation, of a whole continent, if you like. These fragmentations, you find too, this disciplining in the realm of healing and of looking at one's health, not as ability. Okay, I've gone beyond my time.
Just you can just finish up. Thank you.
But you can round up. You can round up.
All right. So in traditional healing, it is very important to see a person, not when somebody has a headache, it's important to go to the bottom of the cause of the headache and not heal the symptom. The manner in which we teach Western medicine to our doctors is different. It would help if we could fuse. We have this manifestation of trauma in spirit in the form too of the demonization of the gift of traditional knowledge and of healing. And we are losing out a lot here. And it's said that it's not possible to go into exactly what that means, at least in terms of my own experience, as it were. So I will stop right there.
Thank you so much, Pinkie. I enjoyed your contribution so much. I forgot about time. Omonblanks, if you're ready for us, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah. So for me, it's important to state that I particularly decided to come in here to speak about the other, right? Instead of speaking about trauma from a very wide perspective, speak about what trauma has given us, right? Because we're looking at it. Trauma, what is trauma? Trauma is like something harshly happens, something violent happens, right? And it affects you. It can either push you to the negative or it can push you to the positive, if for the lack of two ways to go, right? When you look at a lot of African spirituality, you see that even with the white invasion and slave trades, they are deities, right? That are actually being given that were responsible for the introduction of whiteness into the continent, right? So there are deities that are there. Then when you look into the history of our ancestry, yeah, we talk about how our ancestors were so powerful and so forth-seeing, you know. We talk about the power in our spirituality. But then when we look at slavery and we look at this history, it's like we're completely powerless. I would like to believe that our ancestors saw, you know, one of the things, not kicking away the violence of slavery or the transatlantic slavery, no. But I would like to look at the fact that our ancestors saw an expansion, saw a possibility to expand Blackness all over the world, which we have today, right? And then what are young people doing with trauma? When we're talking about intergenerational, right? There was a time where obviously the white people came, they infected our spirituality, religion, and everything, but and through education. So we started losing grasp. But when I speak to you today, young people today are beginning to rediscover spirituality, right? So you see a lot of Black spiritual healers, doulas. You see a lot of people questioning religion, moving away from like modern religion and finding like practices that are deep rooted in their ancestries, right? And this is what trauma does. You know, trauma can either push you to be destructive or be healing. And I would like to look at that, and I would like to look at what the young Black African person is today. Very resourceful, you know, even within the trauma, even within the pain, very productive, very bright, very, very disruptive, you know. They are saying no, right? They are saying no to your education. Like, take me, for instance. I walked away from the university, you know, my final year. I am teaching right now with no academic reference. I'm teaching at a university. And it's like, huh, how did I get here? You know? And it's just on the sheer fact that I believe in my ancestry. I believe that my lived experience is enough. While I still battle the trauma that moves from generation to generation, it doesn't define me.
Thank you so much. Indeed, you're giving us even more to think about. And yeah, I think I like the note on which you ended, which is the importance of your grounding within a clear understanding of your identity, culture, and all, and how that has allowed you to move through space despite the the violent and profoundly traumatic encounters that comes with. So, Sitawa, thank you. Can you take it from here?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to go back to my beginning, okay? So I'm post-independence. My parents decided to give me a very good education, and they basically handed me into the hands of the oppressor. So they sent me to these schools, in which I'm sent in these schools without preparation, because they figured independence happened and pop, everything, the past ended, and we're now in a new era. And there was very little attempt to actually examine this trauma. And so, I've gone on, and then I, gotten this education. And at school, I keep having questions, big questions. When I go back to them to ask, they're like, no, that's nonsense. It's all in the past. Let's keep moving forward. And that happened to many of us. And I believe it is very recently, and it's also a product. It's apparently, the psychologists also say that people who've had trauma, extreme trauma, who've been tortured, etc., very often will not talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. However, they're passing it on. And so for me, it's really interesting that the decolonizing movement is happening 50, 60 years after independence, properly, not like before, like properly in all areas. We're all talking about it. And so it's incredibly important to understand that we don't know what happened to us. We don't understand. And lots of people are going back and examining, and I'm excited to see that it's happening in all areas of life. Yeah. So the second thing is, as we move on and as we try to understand, I'm seeing a need for empathy for ourselves. All of us are in a state of trauma. All of us were traumatized, and all of us have inherited trauma in various forms. So becoming empathetic, because one of the things that we do that is very interesting is that we decide, I'm woke, look at me, I have, my African expression happening here, and look at that other person who is not woke, and they're a problem. I'm sorry, each one of us is traumatized. We manifest our colonial hangups in different ways. Some of them very visibly, and some of them not so visibly, but they're there. And so the reason that I'm interested in empathy is that it will create the space for us to be able to address this and tackle it, in a powerful way, and to give each other the freedom to explore it. And the third thing that we need to start doing is holding the West accountable. We are, here we are in this conversation. We've been having these conversations for decades. How many similar conversations has the West had? And, saying, what did we do to these people? They're busy denying it. They've spent their time denying it, creating fiction, saying, oh, we came to develop, we brought civilization, we brought all sorts of wonderful things. And they need to also start having that conversation. And I'm really excited to see that people are holding them to account. And there are people and organizations that are addressing them, their own trauma and the violence that they inflicted on us. These are some of the things that I believe need to happen, and they all work together.
I just wanted to speak to what Sitawa just said quickly. It's interesting because you're speaking about empathy, which I really feel like we should have empathy for each other. Moderator, please. But like the way you're speaking about these people who display trauma in oppression of others, even the way you spoke about those people even lacked empathy, right? So it's just like, because once someone has trauma ruling their lives, they're not aware of how they present. They're not aware of even how they move through space, So even in the way we speak about the people who carry their trauma in oppression should also have empathy, So I just wanted to put that out there.
Okay, thank you. I think, this is the idea of the conference itself, is to open up space for conversation. So I believe that these are conversations that we will continue to have. Thank you, Sitawa, and of course I like the fact that you spoke about empathy, which of course feeds nicely into the idea of Ubuntu, which is the aspirational goal in all of this. I had a point, but it escaped. But so I think we'll just move to the next question, and then I will invite the members of the audience to begin to prepare their questions, because we'll have like a short space for that. So the last question, the thing about speaking about trauma is that everything is kind of connected. So all the questions are connected, and so you've started pulling on the strings of even the last question. So I guess I'll just tweak it a little, which is that given the kind of insidiousness of trauma, in that it's not, in most cases, if you ask the average African, they wouldn't think about whatever set of dispositions or their reactions to things to any kind of long history of violence. So given the insidiousness and in that regard, and also given the kind of world we live in now, where speed is celebrated, where we want our things now without thinking, you order something now, right? Would you say, so this question is in two parts, would you say, given the pace at which we move these days, at least we think we move these days, do you think people have time to really think about the history behind some of the things they do? If that is not happening, do you think that that a space like this should be opened up even more frequently? For me, I work from the angle of literature. So what I do most times, I see narratives of violence as ways of slowing down time. So when you read, when you sit down to read, that forces you to stop and think, which is not the default setting of the world we live in right now. So that's my tweaked version of the third question. But you're also welcome to just speak to that to the body of the third question. If my tweaked version is it looks like a curveball. So Pinkie,
well, to your question, I would say a very short yes and no. To the contributions, very important contributions from my two co-panelists, and especially to the point of empathy, I would add humility. Humility, because we all do speak, even as we all are Africans, we speak from specific spaces and experiences. And all we often do is just think in terms of how they connect with the broader world that, in this instance, we are calling Africa. In Africa, my children, Credo Mutua, talks about the importance of holding up a mirror to Africa for the critical self-knowledge that Africa has largely lost and needs. He talks about this lack of self-knowledge as being an impediment in us doing better by and for ourselves, by our ancestors, and for the coming generations. Because you see, there of course is the written histories that do not always edify. Some of it is histories that seek to simply valorize, to counter. This is usually the decolonization narratives, to counter all that does not edify. Somewhere in between there's all that was truly beautiful and that remains beautiful about us as a people. But there's also some aspects of our being that were and are not so beautiful. For as long as we don't look at ourselves critically, look at our images in the mirror and be very cool about who we are, what the hurt is, where the brokenness is, and then look at ourselves as small dimensions of the possibility of addition to this big whole towards healing, then we're still going to struggle, I think. So in the area of spirit, and so this is what I do, I try to pull out a tiny thread from this very big discussion that is really very important. One of the problems that we have, this manifestation of trauma, whether or not we are focusing on it as individuals, is that we fight against self. There is a truly beautiful thing about African traditional healing. It is handed down from your ancestors in an amazing way. And when that happens, what we see often is that the parents, the family, because in traditional healing, the family needs to be whole. That is always the first thing. You need to keep everybody connected in order that the power of that gift can come through and be used for the community, as it were. What often happens is that families don't want to support young people that present Omonblanks was talking about how there's a lot of young people that are coming forth and are really stepping into spiritual gifts, but not too many of them get the kind of support that they need. And that is one of the problems that we have, that we have this impediment. It comes perhaps from the kind of knowledge that we have imbibed, as Sitawa has talked about, different kinds of knowledge. And now she's having to reconcile them. There's a need for that reconciliation, a need for connectivity, a need for the connection between families, between selves, between ourselves and across, to also recognize and validate that there was, yes, addition of knowledge from other cultures. Our ancestors did accept that, and they worked it into their way of being and of doing things. There's nothing wrong with that inclusivity, but we need that connection. We need to not fight against ourselves and against each other, as it were, if we are going to.
Thank you so much, Pinkie. And of course, you ended on a lovely note, which is the need for connection. We discover connection. Omonblanks, if you're ready for us, take it.
Yeah. There is this thing that there's this excerpt from this movie called Dune, and the excerpt is called The Mystery of Life. The scene is called The Mystery of Life, right? And they were in their space, they're in their ships, you know, running, and there was like a very big avalanche destroying everything. And the actor rode into it, and the ship itself was falling apart, right? And then he heard a voice saying, "Don't fight it, just let go, be one with it," right? And the moment he left the steering, right, what happened was that his ship just took the same vibration, you know, followed the wave and took him out of it, and he rode out of it, right? While the other ships who were chasing him got destroyed. There is this idea that digitalization, even though I'm not someone who's like, you have to embrace the digital world and everything, but there's this idea that digitalization is destroying who we are, right? And we're using very old knowledge, forgetting that every generation comes with a new language, right? So, and this is what Pinkie, and I think what I understood from that, because there's this intergenerational language barrier, right? Where every generation feels like they are the ones and they don't support the next generation. And now you see young people, young Black African kids, through videos and through their iPads or whatever. Yeah, some people say like that's lazy, but they are coding, they are programming, right? They are building the language of the future, and we're stopping them. Because we don't even understand that language, right? So for me, I only think of Africa as an idea, right? Because the full reality of it was never realized. It's like when you look back at it, there was no time in history where the idea of Africa was realized. It was always attempting to achieve this idea, and we're still trying to achieve it. So, but some people already speak about Africa from this idea that, oh, it was achieved, now there is a problem, you know, it was disrupted, we need to take it back to the greatness. It's like, no, it's still an idea, you know, and every single person has the freedom to accept this idea or not, to realize something completely outside of it, or to join, right? And we must understand the individuality in it, because I accept that we need to find intergenerational healing. We need to find a language that we can use as a people, but we need to also remember that the individual spirituality is a very, very personal part. It's not like my spiritual journey, though it's linked generationally, it's mine. You know, I can, as I speak to you, I can decide that I can cut off everybody I know and create a new chosen family and connect myself. There are people who know that they're not going to be reincarnating in the next lifetime. And there are people who are going to. Everybody is on a different path. So I think as we bring humanity, as we bring empathy, we should understand and remember that we all have the freedom to move and navigate however we want.
Thank you so much. So I think, yeah, we're running out of time. So Sitawa, please, if you can jump on board.
Thank you very much. You know, one of the things that I would have loved to do is study psychology really deeply, if I in another lifetime, because first of all, we all know that we have the trauma. We all know it at some level. And I'm giving the story of a young friend of mine who went to a very prestigious school, and prestigious in Kenya also means that it was British curriculum, which also means that they didn't study very much about Africa. You know, but they feel really, the kids there feel really good, the parents feel really good, etc. And then, you know, they all go abroad. So she's in Canada, as she's expected to be. And then she has an existential crisis because people keep asking her, why is your name, why do you have an English name? Who are you? Where do you come from? And she's got no answers. And she has such an existential crisis that she stops her education to come back, to find herself, to have her friends. She can't tell most grown-ups around her because, you know, it was very costly to send her there, and they'll be shocked and they will be traumatized. And so now she's back and she's working on this, and she's become a creative, and you know, it's so clear. It's something that we all need we're all aware of. And then there are some of us, just like in any other profession, there'll be some of us who will go on a journey to find out and when we share our work, the results of our work, it'll benefit everybody. You know, just like, you know, and you know, you can build a little bridge across a river. That doesn't mean that you're a mega engineer or that you have to be a mega engineer, right? So I think it's the same in this area as well, in that some of us will go and really do the work and then share it with the rest. Yeah, I think that's just about all I wanted to say on that topic.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Sitawa. So I will now invite, okay, I think it's fair that I give our panelists maybe a few minutes to drop their final words or recommendations. But in the meantime, I also want to invite members of the audience, if they have questions. Toyin, I don't know if, are people able to send in questions?
No, I've not seen any question in the chat room. Sarah, have you, in case I've missed anything? Yeah.
Okay. In that case, I think our panelists can just, you know, give us like the final words. And
let's still see if there's anybody who wants to ask questions. They can raise their hands in the chat room.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, whilst we, you know, our panelists are giving their final maybe recommendations, if you have questions, please feel free to send them in. I surely have, oh, I can see a hand. I surely have a lot of questions, but I think I'll save them for for later so that we don't turn this to a seasoned movie, as we say in Nigeria. So I can see Adé.
Yes,
Can
hi.
you unmute yourself?
Hi,
thank you.
Stephen. Hi, everyone. What a great sharing you all brought to the table. I'm interested in the word itself, trauma, and I think it would really help me and maybe everyone listening if we just hear your own definition. Like, how would you define trauma in a sentence? Because just listening to everyone, it kind of sounded like people were coming from different perspectives when it came to that word itself. So I'm just interested in that definition of trauma from each person in a sentence or so. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. But I'm also wondering so our panelists, can you answer that like using light speed or something? Because we have
yes, I can quickly answer that. So when I think about trauma, a lot of the times when I hear people talk about trauma, it's very from a negative side. I lost my mother when I was 16, and it's been changing my life in so great ways till date. So that traumatic experience that was supposed to be so harshly bad has brought me positive to this human that is navigating space so consciously. And I don't think trauma is a bad or good thing. I think it's a very strong happening in your life that could move in different directions.
Okay, thank you so much. But there are many questions that we could ask about that, because one of the things is what was the grieving process like? Because that also changes how one encounters or such events. So Sitawa, I can see you're ready. I noticed that you muted yourself. But if you're not ready, I think we can. Okay.
Let Pinkie go first.
Okay, Pinkie, would you like to say something about? Yeah.
I appreciate you, Sitawa. I spoke about how I would speak to trauma primarily from the point of view of a violent collision. Because for me, trauma denotes rupture, it denotes brokenness, it denotes pain in the first instance. But if this is also about closing the discussion, as it were, you said you wanted us to also give a minute to closure. I very much appreciated Sitawa ending on the note of the importance of holding imperialists, as it were, accountable. I know there's a lot of work that has been going on there. I think that it is going to also be important to hold ourselves accountable and do that at various different levels. Yes, in the political space, but also at a personal level space. In the instance of where I have been speaking from today, the space of African healing. I keep wondering to myself, what have African healers done about what they would recognize in their realm as trauma that has affected the manner in which African spirit and traditional healing has come to be understood over time and passed on or not passed on across generations. And I think that it is time that they also stand up, connect, and find a way of marking a point of addressing the pain of the past and looking to heal in the manner in which they know best. Thank you. I've really learned a lot, and I appreciate and thank my co-panelists.
Thank you so much for that and for tying everything up nicely. Sitawa?
Okay, so for me, trauma is sitting in a history class and listening to the history teacher talking about speak and Mzungus coming to discover. They discovered the mountains, they discovered the lakes, they discovered me, and I'm sitting there going, but if I accept what you're saying, I negate myself. So where am I in this story? And I can feel that I am here, I exist. And it is a process in which of invalidating everything that you are, including, like I said earlier, objectively what you're seeing is not valid, and so everything around you also becomes invalid. And so we start looking somewhere else, and that is the trauma, very fundamental and foundational trauma that I think we all suffer from. And unfortunately, it is something also that it creates such dissonance that the human being starts to fight against it. So as soon as you experience that, you start as a small child. I'm questioning it, saying, "Hold on, this doesn't work. This doesn't make sense," and you start recreating and fighting for your place in the sun. And so there is always, being a human being is the most incredible thing. And we're here because of that, because we recognize that we will recreate ourselves. We will find our place in the sun. And there is so much happening. I mean, one of the things that is really exciting me right now on this continent and beyond, there is so much happening, from documentaries, from films, from language, all sorts of expressions of people saying, no, we're redefining ourselves, we're finding our place in the sun.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, we've run out of time, Omonblanks. I'm so sorry about that. Toyin, thank you for putting this process together and midwifing everything so nicely. I think Sitawa has ended us on a lovely note. If one could say anything lovely about trauma, but thank you so much. Thank you, my panelists, Pinkie, Sitawa, Omonblanks. Of course, Omonblanks, there will be more opportunities for questions, conversations. I've got a ton of questions also in my head. I think I'm usually on the other side of the desk. Today, it's so nice to be here and just learn. So thank you. And yeah, Toyin, I hope the panelists, I hope you stay with us, because we have a whole lot more designed, and your contributions will be valuable. Thank you.
I'm not the one to take the floor. It's our moderator, Sarah. But thank you. Yeah. And I just want to say, we remember to use moderator throughout the session for panel coordinators as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks to all of our speakers and our moderator. And for this segment, we're going to take a break and have a short meditation, which will be led by Edgar. I'll give you a brief introduction of him and his practice. Edgar Kimathi is the founder of Conscious Kenya, co-founder. He has been practicing Vipassana and insight meditation technique for the last 15 years. He has also done meditation and mindfulness training in Thailand and India. He enjoys cultivating inner peace within himself and wants more and more people to tap into the healing and emancipating power of meditation and mindfulness. He now directs his time and effort towards growing Conscious Africa, an online collective of wellness and conscious practitioners and enthusiasts in Kenya and beyond. Through his work, he hopes to help others have easy access to information, support, venues, and resources for healing, peace of mind, and spiritual development. So thank you so much, Edgar, for joining us today. So we'll leave it to you to take over this segment.
Well, thank you so much, Sarah. I hope my audio is clear. Just give me a sign in case my audio is awesome. Yeah, I'm really excited to be here. Beautiful topics. So maybe I'll start by just mentioning that meditation is actually a powerful tool that can also be used to heal trauma. So we're going to get into about 15 minutes of mindfulness and meditation. But before we get into that, I just want to mention that through my practice, one of the things that's becoming quite apparent to me is that the body is more
Is Edgar hanging or am I hanging?
Yes, I think he is.
Oh.
Whilst we're waiting for him to come
The
back.
one who's hanging,
relax.
Okay,
Yeah,
whilst we're waiting for
take a little
Edgar
break.
to come back.
So this will only be 15
Oh,
minutes.
you're
So
back.
sometimes, yeah. So we will do a 15-minute meditation. So I'd like to welcome us to just close our eyes, take a deep breath, just breathe it all in. Yeah, feel free to turn off your video if that makes you feel more comfortable. Just take a few very deep breaths. Yeah, just breathe in deeply. And as you breathe out, just make a sound. Allow your shoulders to collapse and relax. And as you breathe in, just allow your spine to straighten. And make sure you're comfortable. Take a comfortable posture. Allowing your eyes to gently close. And for the next few minutes, we will simply connect with our breath. And take a moment to appreciate this lifeline that's keeping us alive every single moment. And observe this breath coming in. Observe the breath coming out with a sense of gratitude and curiosity. We rarely take time to observe this very important function. So for the next 5 minutes, I'd like us to just pay attention to the breath coming in, to the breath coming out. And if you're feeling a bit tight or uncomfortable, you may take 1 or 2 deep breaths, allowing this breath to flow all the way into your lungs and into any parts of your body that feel uncomfortable. Anywhere that you have some tension, some discomfort, some stress, just breathe into it. And as you breathe in, just feel this air seeping into all these places. And bringing in rest and life into them. And as you relax deeper and deeper, allow the breath to come back into its natural rhythm. So that you're no longer trying to breathe and you're not putting any effort. You're simply watching. The breath is always happening. All you have to do is look. And you don't have to follow the breath all the way down your trachea. Just watch the breath in the nostrils area, just in the nose. And just watch as the breath comes in and as the breath comes out. And you'll notice that your mind might travel to the past, to the future. Every time your mind gets distracted, just come back to the breath. Try and feel the touch of the air in the inner walls of your nostrils as it comes in, as it comes out. And the longer you watch your breath, the softer and softer it becomes. And the softer your breath becomes, the more peaceful and tranquil our minds also become. Try and observe if your breath is flowing in a constant rhythm, or if your breath is not flowing in any particular rhythm. Just take a moment to watch what breathing really feels like. Remembering to bring our awareness back to the breath every time our minds wander off. Try and feel the cool air coming in and the slightly warmer air coming out. Try to perceive the touch of the breath on the area just above your upper lip as it comes in, as it comes out. And let this breath become an anchor, taking you deeper and deeper into this feeling of stillness, peace, contentment, rest. When we are stressed or upset, our breath usually becomes harder and more erratic. When we're relaxed and happy, and peaceful, our breath tends to be softer. By watching our breath and deliberately allowing it to become softer, it also changes the state of our minds. And as you enjoy this feeling of rest, start to allow a feeling of contentment to build up inside of you, but keeping our awareness on the breath. Enjoy this feeling of rest washing over you. Just give yourself a moment to be happy in your own body, in your own mind. Just take a moment to love yourself. You may allow a gentle smile to rest on your face. And as you feel this happiness building inside of you, I'd like us to think of someone that we care about, somebody we love or hold dear. And just feel this energy of love and happiness flowing out towards them. And just send them these good vibrations. May they be happy as I'm happy. May they be peaceful as I am also peaceful. And just enjoy this beautiful energy and send it out to anyone who you'd like to send and share this loving energy with. And then imagine this energy going further outwards to everyone else in the entire world, to everyone in this conference. And let's all together send out this energy of love and healing and joy and peace. May all of us be happy. May we all be peaceful. May we all live in abundance of love and joy. Just enjoy that energy for a bit. And when you feel ready, you may open your eyes and come back to the call, bringing with you this feeling of happiness. And if anyone feels like sharing, you're welcome to share what your experience was like. Sitawa says very calm and peaceful. Someone else says very grounding. Yeah, so that's a lovely little trick. Someone says liberating. That's wonderful. So anytime you feel stressed, you can do this anywhere and anytime, even in the office. Just take a moment to connect with your breath. The longer you watch it continuously, the softer it gets. And that usually helps. So yeah, thank you very much, everyone. Yeah, that was my time.
Thank you so much. We're just waiting for a few people to log back in. We can see some people in the waiting room just joining us again. So we'll take a 5-minute break. If people need to go and grab a tea or a coffee, pop to the loo, take a moment away from your computer, get some fresh air. And if we could have that wonderful music again, that would be great whilst we're doing that.
Thank you so much, Sarah. You took that out of my head. I was about to say, Adé, are you there? Can you give us some cool music?
Okay, maybe he's not there, but if anyone else has some lovely music.
I'm here, I'm here.
Oh, great, thank you.
When we pemes, long yes my puvi, guayem nue, gua, when we leres, mimbungwes gisira, guayem nue.
Thank you so much, Adé, for the lovely music. I hope
You're
we're
welcome.
all back at our computers now. And I wondered if we could just, if we are back in front of our cameras, if we could just put them on just for a brief second so we can get a nice group selfie, a nice screenshot all our faces to as a something to keep as a keepsake. So if we just do that for a second, I'll take a screenshot, if that's okay with everyone. We have to make sure Toyin is in this picture, of course. Okay, shall I take it now? Hang on, I can't see you. You've disappeared again, Toyin.
She's taking her time.
Yeah, we've had a break, so maybe some people are just coming back.
Sorry, my computer is hanging. So
okay, yeah.
The people who are just coming back, we can wait for them for a bit, and people can use that opportunity to tell us where they are joining us from, for those who are just joining us, if possible. Or do you want us to take it later? It seems some people are not back yet.
Yeah, let's do one now and then one later, just in case we forget.
Okay.
All right, big smiles. 3, 2, 1. Perfect.
Oh, someone just joined. Stephen does.
Okay, one more for luck. Why not?
Oh, wait.
Right, okay. 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Right, I hope you've all had a lovely break and you're energized for this next session, where we're going to be moving on the conversation. And of course, you know, some of what has been said might be reiterated again, but it would be good to see how we delve further into the topic and how we continue to expand some of those threads that have been established by our previous speakers. So this afternoon's panel, the title of this session is Contemporary Challenges and Importance of Change. And I'm the moderator for this segment. My name is Sarah Peace. I'm an artist, a writer. I am interested in gender, sexuality, religion, and how that intersects with culture. And I'm also an artist, and my work kind of looks at places and spaces and histories and mapping, that type of thing. And I'll give you a brief introduction to the speakers of this panel. Our first speaker will be Iris. Iris Nxumalo De Smidt increasingly identifies as a feminist systems innovator who leverages research, facilitation, organizational development, and movement building to support systems change for social justice. She is currently the founding director of a feminist consulting practice called Laura Nakambi Innovation Consulting, and supports collectives to transform their organizing for social change. Iris holds an MSc in African Studies from St. Anthony's College, University of Oxford, and is currently reading for an MPhil in Inclusive Innovation at the University of Cape Town's Graduate School of Business. Her research focuses on feminist organizing for systems change in philanthropy. Welcome, Iris. I love how you have a halo around you from the ìAfrika background. Perfect. Our second speaker is Kui.Sun. She is a creative polymath, a person whose brain needs to be working on several things at the same time to feel any sort of mental stimulation. Kui.Sun is a painter by passion, an architect by training, and a fashion designer by profession. Kui is interested in the betterment of the human condition from the angle of wellness, spirituality, and culture. She runs a fashion brand called Coincidence by Kui, where they take a philosophical approach to beauty and aesthetics. Coincidence believes the body is the conduit through which the universe speaks. Kui.Sun True's quest is to bring about a revolution in humanity that catalyzes a shift towards utopia and spiritual bliss. Welcome. Our third speaker is Adé Adeniji, also our resident DJ. He's a certified coach, group facilitator, and consultant who works with individuals, teams, and organizations. He's passionate about co-creating spaces of connection, compassion, and healing in which people can bring their stories and experiences, their strengths and struggles, their shadow and light. He's also keen on helping individuals cultivate the necessary habits for consistent emotional hygiene. Adé has an academic background in law with a specialism in employment law. He holds an MSc in human resource consultancy and a diploma in group facilitation, counseling skills, and conflicts resolution. He is a certified Dare in Way and Dare to Lead facilitator, a program based on the research of Dr. Brené Brown, which explores topics such as vulnerability, courage, shame, empathy, and worthiness. Adé is an ordained interfaith minister and spiritual counselor. He's also a mental health first aider. So welcome all to all our speakers. I would like to invite each person to give a brief introduction about themselves, maybe slightly beyond what we've learned from your biographies and your link with this event and your reflections on it. And then would like to hear your thoughts on the topic for this segment on contemporary challenges and the importance of change. So if we can invite Iris to begin, please.
Thanks, Sarah, and good afternoon, everyone. My link, I guess, is very experiential, an interesting set of circumstances that were both unfortunate, but also presented almost a prism of opportunity to rediscover myself. And I think, experientially, I was experiencing some of the fragmentation that was spoken about earlier. That led to this tendency of like numbing and getting through things and powering over my body until I reached a point of burnout that was precipitated in part by my father's passing, but then also working in quite an intense environment where I wasn't caring for my health and my well-being, and also wasn't quite aware of how that work environment was interacting with my well-being, kind of created this symphony of experiences that led to this crash. And it was in that moment of really being completely wiped out that I became more curious about healing, more curious about different ways of being, more curious about other ways of organizing that are nourishing, that give life, that are aligned to our values and our commitment to well-being, that are aligned to creating new possibility. And I think that story not only shaped, I guess, how I show up in the world, but it also shaped fundamentally how I work, my way of being, and also how I connect and remain in community with others. And so through that kind of journey, through that experiential pathway, I think I became incredibly interested in healing and became incredibly interested in how we become self-healers, but also going beyond the individual to connect to the forms of community, institutionalized and structural forms of care that enable us to flourish both within our own capacities, but also beyond the scope of that. Sarah, should I pause here so that everyone can share their stake in a sense before I go into the next part?
I think you should carry on.
Okay.
Yeah, you should carry on. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll speak about some of the challenges through this prism of the experiential that have shaped my understanding of healing, but also that have shaped some of the contestations around embodying healing and wholeness in the day-to-day. One thing is this prevalent, my experience of a disconnection from my body. in part influenced by this Cartesian mind-body split, right? Oftentimes when we are in processes, whether it's educationally or professionally or otherwise, there's a big emphasis on our minds, right? And more kind of rational modes of engaging our minds that prioritize the mind over the body, that prioritize the mind over spirit, that prioritize kind of almost fragmentation, right? And so instead of coming into spaces in the fullness of our beings, we're coming from particular vantage points, whether it's I'm engaging solely the body in the space or I'm engaging the mind in the space. And that disconnection from our bodies, for me, translated into a power over relationship, where I was consistently ignoring the messages, the body wisdom that my body was giving me about, oh, I'm feeling energized, oh, I'm feeling tired, and what that meant for how I shaped my day, how I worked with others, how I remained in community and in relationship with others. Also quite prevalently is the very broken food and medical systems that many of us encounter in our lives, whether it's exposure to forms of food, right, and nutrition that don't enhance our well-being, despite it being readily available, to medical systems and a biomedical approach, right, to medicine that, again, leads to this consistent fragmentation through the specialization approach. And oftentimes when we are dealing with dis-ease, it then means that we're often going through multiple modalities because we are seen in fragments. So you go to a psychiatrist for mental health, and you go to someone else for something else, and you go to a physio for something else, you know, as opposed to holistically what is happening in your life, what is happening in your being, what is happening in your spirit, and how is this showing up, whether it's through your body, whether it's through symptoms, whether it's through diseases. And then also this, the commercialization of well-being, right? So we've heard a lot about things like the yoga industrial complex, for example, this almost appropriation of embodied and mindfulness-based practices that then often serves to, as a byproduct perhaps, serves to distance some of the tools and the approaches that enable us to embody healing in our lives and to shift some of the dynamics, whether it's linked to trauma or a range of other dynamics that we grapple with, right, in our lives. And then also the grind culture. So this very neoliberal, capitalistic, we must be booked and busy ideas of like success that are also closely linked to economic precarity and this idea that we have to work to survive, as opposed to working as an expression of our being or as a way of organizing our gifts and our talents in the world. It actually becomes a mode of survival and a mode of acquiring our basic needs. And then, I mean, underlying all of this, right, is what we've spoken about in the historical part, but I think will probably come through as well in our conversations today, right, is the context or the prevalence of forms of oppression through injustice, through violence, through inequality. That means that our pursuit to well-being is tricky, right? It's nuanced, it's loaded, because we live in a world that's fragmented. We live in a world that's broken. We live in a world that's fundamentally unjust. And our forms of well-being are connected and influenced by it. And also in the same breath, our paths of healing often become tools that we use to embody liberation in the world, even in a world that is so constrained and unjust. And then I'll speak to two last things because I'd listed a range of things, but I'll briefly mention two. Also, one of the challenges to healing is the erasure and the othering of our histories and modalities and approaches around healing and well-being. So when we pursue this, oh, let me speak for myself. When I pursued this path, I didn't know where to start. I didn't know how people in my family, even a generation ago, right? Like not too far away, even a generation ago, how did they approach dis-ease? What did they do when they were burnt out? What did they do when they felt misaligned from their sense of purpose or from their sense of joy? And this erasure is something that happens in many spheres, academically, even in our own lives around like cultures and lineages and practices, this erasure of our ways of being, of these lineages of healing, also become a challenge that stifle or make it a lot harder for us to connect to the modalities that support us to embody wholeness. And lastly, insecurity. A lot of my journey around healing has been marred by the fear of gender-based violence, forms of physical insecurity, gendered insecurity, and to extend that beyond the self, even how forms of income insecurity, right, significantly shape not only our pathways to healing, but also the possibilities. And I think this links quite profoundly with some of the structural dynamics and how systems, policies, practices can often exacerbate, right, forms of fragmentation and ill health as a way of being. And therefore connecting to healing becomes then that resistance, that form of resistance that starts to model and shift some of the system dynamics that keep us ill and keep us bound.
Oh, thank you so much. We will move very briefly on to our second speaker. Adé, if you can please take the floor.
Thank you, Sarah. For some odd reason, I thought I was going third. So I was getting ready to listen to Kui.Sun. Thank you for helping set the scene, Iris. I really loved hearing what you were sharing. In terms of my own journey and how it began, I often think back to 2002 when a significant relationship had come to an end. And I remember feeling this sense of devastation. And in my moment of devastation, I remember thinking, there's something really familiar about this particular relationship. There was something really familiar about this particular ending. And what it was for me, the guy I had been going out with, he really reminded me of my father. It felt like I was dating a version of my dad. And I thought, oh, I need to start to go back to the past to sort of look at what were the stories that got to shape me to be who I am today. So with this particular relationship, I was in a relationship with someone who was emotionally unavailable. And one of the things that would happen is if I was to go into a room with, say, 100 people, I somehow would be drawn to the people who were emotionally available. And that was the beginning of my journey. I remember going back to Nigeria, going back to where my dad was buried, and really starting to connect with the stories that shaped me to become who I am today. And what I started to recognize, and I'm still recognizing that day by day, is that healing is not a one-time journey. It's not something, I used to think that I'd get to this place where I'd go, okay, it's now done. I'm now healed. Let's now move on to sunshine and rainbows. And that certainly has never been the case. So what I certainly find, it's that it's like a spiral. Each time I go around, I discover something fresh. I discover something new. I discover something liberating. And that for me is part of my ongoing journey. I want to start off with a quote by Maya Angelou, which I think really sets the scene for the contemporary challenges that are affecting our healing. So Maya Angelou says, history, despite its wrenching pain, cannot be unlived, but if faced with courage, need not be lived again. So history, despite its wrenching pain, for me, that is the trauma piece. That is the trauma piece, cannot be unlived. And the healing piece is, but if faced with courage, need not be lived again. So by going back to that story that I told about this relationship that ended, one of the things that I needed to do to start off with is to really confront the pain, to really meet the pain. And once I met the pain, to really delve into it. And that takes courage. That takes courage. And I'm pleased to say that I certainly don't have that pattern that I had then, although fragments of it still come up from time to time. So in deconstructing that quote and looking at those contemporary challenges that affect our healing, I'd like to look at it from two perspectives. The first one is, what do we mean by healing? Like, what do we mean by healing? Healing means different things to different people. And if we're looking at healing, surely we must be looking at the wounds. So what wounds need healing? I think those two things need to be addressed, because within them we find those challenges that we face. So let's start off with the wounds. I think the wounds vary from person to person, from culture, tribe to tribe. So when I look at the wounds across Africa, across the globe, actually, there might be, and Iris touched on some of them already, and I think in the session earlier on, some of these wounds also came to light. We've got stuff around class, we've got stuff around tribe, there might be things around identity, gender, sexuality, poverty, exclusion, violence. There is the pre-slavery colonialism wounds, there's the post-slavery colonialism wounds, there's oppression. And I think all those wounds need to be acknowledged. All those wounds need to have their space in the sun, as one of our speakers talked about earlier on. And I think it's important for us not to minimize any of these wounds. So I know for myself as a gay man, they're personal wounds I bring to the forefront regarding that. But then there are also collective wounds in terms of the many other gay, bi, queer, trans people who for many years have lived fragmented lives. So there's the personal and there's collective. When I think of gender, I think of someone like my mother. So my mom only had one child, myself. And for her, that was a big wound, not just for her as a woman, but for loads of women that she knew, who maybe some only had one child and some maybe did not have children. And that's like a collective wound that I see that comes up time and time again. Domestic violence. So I grew up in a home where there was domestic violence. And when I looked at my father's side, that goes back generations. This is a wound that is also in that space. So I think all those wounds we need, in order to get to that place of healing, we all need to be able to co-create spaces where we can talk about those wounds. And it's only at that point that healing can start to happen. So when I talk about healing, what do I mean? I talk about it in different perspectives. The first part is to be able to acknowledge and tell the story about the wound. We need to be able to co-create spaces where we can talk about those wounds. It's like, look, here's my scar. We can talk about those scars. Some wounds might still be open. Some wounds might be open scars. And in talking about them, we all need to be able to create spaces where we can connect with the emotions and pain associated with those wounds. Bypassing is not a form of healing. And I see that's certainly one of the challenges that comes up. And I did that for many years. I just want to go to the rainbows and the sun and the wisdom. I don't want to confront the pain of the wound, because that is really, really uncomfortable. That connection with the body that Iris talked about, that is crucial in terms of connecting with the emotions and connecting with the pain of that. The next stage that I talk about is challenging any limiting beliefs that might come up as a result of that wound. It might be a limiting belief of I'm broken, I'm defective, there's something wrong with me, I'm ugly, whatever it might be. Like really connecting and challenging those limiting beliefs. And I do believe it's at that stage that we can start to, in the words of Oprah Winfrey, turn those wounds into wisdom. Turning those wounds into wisdom. Ultimately, that is where we sort of get to, and we continue to navigate those wounds, transferring them into wisdom. And that doesn't mean that the pain disappears. It doesn't mean that the pain disappears. It doesn't mean that the grief that we might feel disappears, it evaporates. But this is the continual journey. And I do believe that the biggest challenge that we face is the discomfort that goes with everything that I've just been talking about. This is uncomfortable work. It is uncomfortable work. It is painful work. And I think in order to do it collectively and personally, we need each other. We need those benevolent witnesses who are going to be able to be with us in compassion and with empathy in order for that healing to happen. So I'm going to pause there because I could go on for yonks, but I'll take a breather. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. And lastly, if we can have Kui-Sun's contribution, introduction and contribution. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. So my name is Kui.Sun. It's a native name in Kenya. So the U is an O. So it's Kui, Kui.Sun. And I gave myself that name. My full name is Wangui, which is a nice place to start the genesis of my journey. Because before, when I was born, my mom did not give any of us an English name, because she was just like, those are names of other cultures. You carry like vibes of something else that is not of you, which began my journey, because I used to ask myself, other than being Wagoi, Wagoge, what makes me an African? I don't speak my language. I went to a very Catholic school for all of my 12 years. And when I was about 7, in class 2, I remember looking out the window and realizing something is very wrong. Something is very wrong with this structure, that I'm in this room all day while I live in such a glorious country or space where I feel like outside is where the lessons are to be learned, where missionaries are perpetually telling me these white stories. So that was the genesis. I remember when I was 7, there was a click in me that I was just like, hey, maybe there's something wrong with me, because everyone seems content by this rat race. So both of those tied together, because even if my mom did not give me an English name, she raised me as English as she could, which is bittersweet. And I hear over and over, that's the narrative all of us have, this juxtaposition of a foreign language, foreign concept, foreign culture, pushed down your throat, and you're having a hard time swallowing, having a hard time, like it's not palatable, and you're wondering. I used to look around like, am I the only one where this smells funny, this tastes funny? And I struggled with this for a really long time, but I'm grateful for my spirit guides. Because now I know, then I just thought I'm a bewitched child, I can't lie. With my imaginary friends and my spirit guides and my, like, a very potent direction of spirit. And so because of that, I never faltered in my madness. At that time, it was madness, my need to express myself through art, my need to put up my hand and ask questions like, are you serious? You want to tell me some white guy said we won't go to heaven? Because that doesn't make sense. And detention after detention, I would keep asking my questions and keep, quote unquote, rebelling, which is what the term they used to use. So that game, I guess I played it for about 12 years, all of primary school, all of high school. And why I mention my spirit guides is because they are the ones who kept me going. Right now, I know it's my ancestry and it's my guardian angel and it's the cosmos, and, you know, just how we are so plugged into spirit as humans. And I use humans like hue, like color, H-U-E, mans, like those of us with color, how we are so plugged in, whether you're conscious or not, you're perpetually plugged in, because that's what kept me going till I entered architecture, which is a course I really struggled with, because as an artist, my African parents didn't understand how I can study just art. So I ended up doing architecture, which at the time I was calling architorture, because it was such a struggle. But within there, I awoke to an awakening within myself. One, I watched Zeitgeist, and Zeitgeist breaks down the entire world order in a way that for the first time in my life, I realized, wait a minute, I'm not crazy. The entire world is crazy. So me, who is functional, I seem bizarre, right? And that centered me in my madness. Now I was like, hold on, I'm the one, quote unquote, on the right path. I'm the one plugged into spirit. I'm the one who is completely unable to subscribe to this system that literally sucks your soul. So I was grateful for that shift within me. That was step number 1, Zeitgeist. Step number 2 was hidden colors. Like I said, I've always had a very colorful spiritual life. So I used to remember a lot of my past lives, and my past lives, it's filled with like castles and like spaces that are so spanning, and water canals inside my spaces, and wealth and wealth and wealth, and being a merchant and fabrics. But see, at the time, even that narrative is always shown as a European Renaissance. So watching Hidden Colors and realizing, wait, we civilized Europe. I say we as Africans, we crossed the ocean. We were the first sailors, the first ninja, the first architects, the first discoverers. Like, therefore, these memories of my past life, I don't have to change my skin color to believe in them. I was this person. I was this African person. And that again shifted something in me. And then studying architecture at the time, I started a painting series where it's called African Architecture, where I would draw Islamic architecture, Chinese architecture, Indian buildings, and all of it is African architecture. Because when we crossed the ocean and saw Europeans living with their pigs, cows, goats, even now thinking about it as contemporary Africans, you're like, why would you do that? Of course, you would segregate where your goats live, where you like excrete versus where you eat. I mean, it's kind of obvious. So we're the ones who built all of that. And discovering that all these famous artists like Michelangelo, they're only famous because what they did was take Black art and then literally whitewash it. And as you can see, I'm touching on my passions even as a profession, architecture, art, philosophy. They really love Leonardo da Vinci, but Leonardo da Vinci had a Moor. His mentor was a Moor. Moor is a fancy word for a Black man or Black person, right? He had a Moor mentor, and his entire factory was Black people. Columbus was using maps drawn by Arabs. Arabs, another fancy word for people, so that we don't identify with the greatness of Turkey, the greatness of Morocco, the greatness in Europe, the greatness of the Sistine Chapel. It's taken, Iris used the word erasure, just it's erased. It's not something I can identify with. So for me, all this knowledge on a personal level grounded me in my intuition, made me almost immovable. Like, even if I'm rowing down this river by myself, it's fine. Like, I know my tribe is up the mountain. Even if I'm the only one praying facing the mountain, it's fine. I know the mountain hears me. Simply because all this greatness I feel, all this greatness I remember, lifetime after lifetime after lifetime is ours. And that's my first point in this whole thing. Like, what is the challenge affecting our healing today is that we don't know how amazing we have been. Like, right now, the life we live seems great, but actually it's quite mediocre. Not to offend what we are leaving out, but comparative to our past, like pre-colonial, this is like Peasantville, tuna struggle. And that liberated me to then dream bigger, which I was already doing, but it validated the roots of that as deeply seated in a divine creature that lives within me, lives within you, lives within you, and lives within you. And it's all valid, and it's all been living for eternity. So hence now where I am, because I realized, someone asked, Iris asked, how did you deal with burnout, illnesses, and things like those? I think even society was built in such a way that such things were not necessarily our problems now. I mean, then, that now we need to look back, pick what we can, ground in the present moment, have conversations like this, that we do build a future that is different, much more cohesive to the human condition and the actual needs of an all-rounded human, because we are not this body only, we are not a mind only, we are, like spirit inhabiting a body. It's not the other way around. And so for me, that's really what I try to do. Because I had to build up my self-esteem from the ground up, because you don't look around and see beauty that looks like this, it always looks like something else. So just plugging into my history made me realize my craving to paint my face, to grow my hair, to put beads, to put more beads on top of the beads, it's valid. It has a social meaning. It has a spiritual connotation, because for us aesthetics, our body, we remembered our bodies was simply an antenna to the Most High, to whatever greater power, which is in you, in me, in you, in you, in you, and then collectively. That's why they say 2 or 3 are gathered, because there's enough God, there's enough divine in 3 people to be the entirety of divinity. So now I leaned into my inclinations of clothing, of beauty, as a way to, because now it has a deeper meaning for the evolution of the human soul. It's supposed to catalyze the evolution of the human soul. And if you notice, during colonialism, that's the first thing they did. They told you, cut your hair. They told you, remove your piercings. They told you, you can't grow it that long, so that you disconnect from this. This is the phone of how you call the divine. You disconnect from this. Then on the flip side, they took that and commercialized and sexualized our features. And first they made fun of our big lips, but now it's like all the Botox, you know. They made fun of our hips, but now, you know, so there's never a middle ground where we simply are genuinely a spiritual conduit. So yeah, so that's where I am now, because the body is not just, I don't express myself from my skin in. I try to articulate the vibration of my spirit all the way up onto the surface. I try to what's inside bubble out until it's a vibration that precedes me. Before I speak, it precedes me. And to be honest, whether you do that consciously or not, it is already preceding you. Which plugs into what are you eating, what are you reading, who are you hanging out with, what is your self-conversation, what's that inner voice perpetually telling you? Are you believing it? Is it positive? Is it negative? So for me, that discovery of intuition was the doorway to not only healing, but literally like greatness, like the genuine. And for us, greatness is not a goal to strive for. Greatness is simply how we are supposed to be living. It's the standard, it's the baseline from whence now we now evolve and invent and recalibrate and restructure a society that is in deep, deep need of healing, because there's collective trauma, there's individual trauma, and together it just makes a monster. So yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. Wow, thank you. Your talk has kind of covered all of the 3 different things we're going to talk about, because we sort of designed it in a way whereby we look at the history. You know, our speakers, both Adé and Iris, have reflected on how their personal histories, and yourself as well, like with the kind of maternal, the way that your mother raised you, how she was very particular about your name and how that shaped your identity. And then Adé touched on how the end of this relationship was the key moment that instigated this desire to better understand himself and confront himself. And Iris talked about the body as a site of action, a site of transformation, a place in which we need to look at better ways of around healing, as opposed to this fragmented approach where we're seeing various specialists, and re-understand the body as a holistic site and try to approach healing differently. So I wondered if our 2 other speakers wanted to expand a little bit more. I feel like you should get a couple more minutes as well, to maybe elaborate on why change at this point, maybe in your own personal journey, and more broadly in this kind of period that we're going through. The last 2 years has kind of made a lot of us, it's compelled us to spend more time on our own and inside our own heads. And a lot of people want to change, but maybe they're still trying to kind of articulate how they might go about doing that. So maybe in your own lives, and then more broadly, why is this change necessary at this point in time? And Adé touched on, you know, in order to heal, we need to look at the wounds. So maybe you can elaborate more on that. and it's open. So if any of our speakers wants to jump in, Adé or Iris, you're welcome.
She didn't say my name.
Okay.
Go for it, Iris.
Okay, perhaps. Okay, let's go with Iris. We're already fascinated by this Cartesian approach that you mentioned. The head, the body. Maybe you can talk a little bit about that. It's really fascinating what you said about the body as a site of healing, and maybe how we can go about doing that, and why it's so important to do that.
The first thing that came to mind when you asked about this need, the need to change to heal. Do we need to change to heal? Kind of was the subtone in the question was around, for me, was around how healing changes us, and also transformative change has the potential to heal us. So there's something about this paradox of change that is both, it can provoke an anxiety, but also this opportunity to shift. And I think I'll speak for myself. For me, the imperative to heal felt like the only way forward. I couldn't imagine living as broken, as unhealthy, as fragmented, as burnt out, as passionless, as, drained of spirit and soul, of substance. I couldn't imagine, living like that. And I also struggled with the sense that there was this, it's okay to live like this for like 30 years of your life. And then in retirement, all of a sudden you'll have this eureka moment where you're filled with joy. And I was like, what if I don't get there? At the rate I'm going, I won't even get there, and this importance of centering pleasure as part of our healing. Because for many of us, we've had these narratives around struggle, right? We struggle through education, we struggle through our lives, we struggle through fitness, we struggle through health. And we see that as a pathway to healing, right? Or like as a pathway to, if I want better, I need to struggle. But what if there are other pathways to healing and well-being that aren't always the struggle? Yes, there are things, there will be tensions, there are paradoxes, there are discomforts. But I think what I'm challenging is this glorification of continuous struggle, like our lives are a series of struggles, as opposed to what if my life is something else? What if the embodiment of healing enables us to connect to other ways of learning and growing that aren't always linked to post-traumatic growth, but growth that can happen in environments where we are fulfilled, where there's pleasure, where there's joy, where there's delight in this purpose, in this process of healing. And I think the imperative to heal is also linked to the state of the world. The levels of dysfunction that we see individually are mirrored, at a societal level, at collective level, structurally. And there is something about this invitation to heal that starts to model other possibilities and starts to enable us to imagine different ways of working, different ways of loving each other, different ways of being in relationship with each other, different relationships to food, different relationships to movement. There's something about this very fractal nature of systems where the individual kind of has the potential to influence systems, and systems have the potential to influence individuals. That there's this interplay between our embodiment of life, whether it's through trauma, wounding, healing, possibility, joy, and what that does to the ways that we organize our lives, we organize society, we organize our workplaces, we even organize our leisure. And then the last thing I'll say is, and this is really inspired by Koi, and how, as she spoke about her journey, she made me think of this Xhosa practice called ukuzilanda, and it's a process of self-retrieval, right? And in the traditional context, it actually occurs after a passing, if I'm not mistaken, where the family goes to the site of the death and collects the spirit of the person who's passed away. Now, connecting this to our healing, right? For me, there's this idea around going back to these places where we became fragmented, going back to the sites where we became disconnected from ourselves, and retrieving those versions of ourselves, retrieving those dreams, together with some of the possibilities that we are modeling, some of the new ways that we are creating worlds and creating ourselves in the process. And I really love how healing then becomes this invitation of self-retrieval. And hopefully through that retrieval of our histories, we get to model anew other ways of being that really speak to our aspirations, that really embody the idea that Kui shared around greatness being the baseline. I was like, what? I love that, that it can really embody that kind of possibility, where we shift from lives of constriction and limitation to really lives of fullness and of abundance, and not in a materialistic sense, but in this really holistic, spiritual kind of, like the kind that isn't about getting money or getting R1 million or whatever to imagine, but an abundance that really embodies justice and possibility and health and wholeness.
Adé, if you'd like to jump in.
Wow, Iris, I could listen to you all day. That was really, really, really rich, actually. And as I was hearing you talk about retrieval, the piece that was also coming up for me is around integration. There's a integrating to wholeness. I think ultimately that's what this is for me. I often think of the fairy tale of Hansel and Gretel. Some of you might remember that fairy tale. These are the two kids who leave home, and they run away from home rather, and they have these breadcrumbs which they hope will help them guide their way back. And when I think of healing, I think of finding our way back home. And home for me is that place where we felt at one with ourselves, that place we felt integrated, that place where we felt good enough, that place where we felt seen, where we felt heard, where we felt understood. Now, for many, many of us, maybe we never got to experience that in our family of origin. And so it might be more a spiritual connection, but ultimately my belief is that's kind of where we want to get back to, all of us. All of us want to get back to that place. But many of us have lost that sense of who are we authentically? Like, who am I without my job? Who am I without my partner? Who am I without this salary? Without the bank balance, without the stuff that I own? Like, ultimately, that's, for me, that's what it comes back down to. And I think for many, when I look at that ancestral stuff, many of us, because we were in that space of struggle that Aris talked about, we're in that place of striving, in that place of survival. Many of us struggle with that thing around to thrive. What does it mean to thrive? What does it mean to flourish? What does it mean to be liberated? I'm not sure about you, but whenever I go on holiday, it takes me like a week to fully relax. Like, for the first few days, I'm thinking I need to be doing stuff. Like, I'm just recovering from COVID, and for the first few days, I was like, no, I can't just lie down in bed. I need to be doing something. Just lying down in bed, that's not allowed. And the reason for me is I never saw my parents. They never saw their parents just relax. Like, I remember for years I'd go on holiday and I'd be like doing stuff on my holidays rather than relaxing. And so for me, healing is also part of that. How can we start to be in that space of just doing nothing to relax? I was working with a client the other day who's from Southern Africa, and he was talking about this striving thing. Like, he wants to be at this level by the time he's this age. He wants to pay off his mortgage. He wants to have this amount in his bank balance. And one of the questions I posed to him was, so who are you away from all of that? And he's like, I have no idea. I have no idea who I am. And I think that really, really is the work, because if I am not doing that, if we are not doing that collectively, I do believe that we're just going to sleepwalk through life. We're going to sleepwalk through life. So my dad died at the age of 56. And one of the things that really propelled me to do this work, in addition to that relationship that ended, was there were so many things that he often talked about doing and just never did. Like when he retired, he was going to do this thing. And I promised myself that I don't want to be that. I don't want to look back on my life and go, ooh, I wish I showed up differently. Like I want to show up and fall and get it wrong and be able to get back up. That is healing. Healing is also about being able to make mistakes. Healing is also being able to go, I don't understand that. Healing is being able to go, oh, I'm really struggling right now. Healing is me being able to say, what do you need? What do you need? How can I support you? How can I walk alongside you? And I think that really, really, really is important when it comes to moving from this place of struggle, survival, striving, to this place of thrive, to this place of flourishing, to this place of liberation. I mean, I loved what Kui.Sun was talking about in terms of connecting with who we are, that many of us forgot. Like we forgot our divinity, our strength, our power. And it was so wonderful listening to you, Kui.Sun, talk about that. It was like a meditation. It was like a meditation of going, oh yeah, I remember that. Yes, I am divine. I don't need to read it in a book. I don't need to go on that trip to discover and know what I helped co-create. That is within me. And spaces like this, I really do believe that we help each other remember. We help each other remember our divinity. And I think if we don't do that, what's going to happen is many of us are going to sleepwalk our way through life and, heaven forbid, end up in a situation like my dad, who just never got to travel, never got to see the world, never got to connect with his God and goddess self. And I think ultimately for me, that's what it's all about. It's about how can we remember that we are liberated. We are not shackled anymore. We are liberated.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you. I wonder if we could spend a few moments looking at the intergenerational aspects, which some of us have touched on. So Adé, you've mentioned your father, Koi, you've also mentioned your mother. You gave a very vivid retelling of this story about her consciously giving you an African name, which helped you establish a strong root and connection because of this kind of knowledge building that your mother laid as a foundation for you, which then later sparked an awakening. So I wonder if we could all comment on things that previous generations may have done wrongly or rightly, and how we could reflect on that for the next generation. What kind of legacy should we be making and leaving? Of course, these can be from personal narratives, or more broadly, what we've looked at, what we've seen elsewhere. And that's open for any member of the panel. Perhaps we can go back to Koi. We haven't heard from you for a while.
Well, I'm thinking, because growing up, I resented my parents for all the mistakes they made. Then I had children. And then I discovered you only do what you know, the best up until what you know. So I'm quite bizarre to my parents, but my daughter, when she was about 2 years old, she goes like, Mom, remember when we were pushing? And I'm like, pushing what? Remember when I was coming and we were pushing? And I looked at her like, girl, I remember, because the labor was very kind to my body. I would feel a contraction, the baby goes down. I feel a contraction, the baby goes down. And so I'm wondering, because even me doing the best I can, following my intuition all these years, regardless of resistance, there's still the generation next who all I am is a foundation. All the marvelous mansions and castles I build for them is still just the slab on the ground. So when I look back, I'm like, my mom did the best she could because of her mom. And because of my colorful spiritual journey, I speak to dead people. But all that means is just like a connection with ancestry and people who have passed. And my grandmother, especially on the other side, said she made a lot of mistakes, and not mistakes like me, may make impulsive mistakes, meaning I go forth. Well, I should have maybe stayed still. And she said her biggest mistake was that that dominance, that someone tells you, you yield, that feeling of, oh, what do people think? That feeling of, oh, if I want to do this, but oh my gosh, what will my friends say? I want to do this, but what is my reputation? So I see that in my mother, and I see, so now all I do for her and for the healing of both me and her is I forgive her. I forgive you for not understanding all this. She's always like, why can't you just dress like normal people? And when I hear that, I'm like, good, then I'm ready for my day. And therefore, that's the space I live. I tell her, we have religious debates. She's like, yo, you can't be introducing Sage to meditation. Sorry, Sage is my daughter. And I'm like, you don't even know Sage. Sage was born meditating. I'm not introducing her to anything she already knows. And I make sure to know Jesus was not a Christian, Muhammad was not a Muslim. So these are your beliefs. So I can have a connection to that which is Yahshua, Moshe, Muhammad, Krishna, Allah. And it looks completely different from yours. So for me, it's the gentle debates as well, because same way I don't want her to shove her beliefs down my throat, I don't shove mine down hers. I leave a space for mutual respect, but also that's what I'm saying, a space that I'm not folding my wings in. I need space for the full span, right? So beyond that, I also have a collection of what I call mom, not moms, daughters, not daughters, little sister, not little sister. So there's these perpetual conversations I keep having through generations. In fact, Sitawa is one of those for me, a lady who's my mom's age, who is not my mom. So we can talk quite frankly, and she gives me advice of that age, and I listen and I absorb, and I'm happy to exchange it back. So for me, I've grown beyond the resenting part, because they didn't know, they did what they knew was best. And that's all I ask for. That's all I am capable of giving my children. So therefore, that's all I ask for. So for me, on that level, also what I do is a lot of mediumship and like discussing with our ancestors, like the Wangoi that came before me, who is now gone, interceding with the native, the person who has the name of my son, meeting them for real, and them existing in a time during colonialism, before colonialism, and we have a mutual discussion, and I try to eat that knowledge. So I really like looking in the past to then bring things forth into the present moment. And I even think that's a subtle way to do intergenerational healing. Like these are cowrie shells, and fine, I know I can't purchase anything with them, but me, I know it's money. I know it's the money of my ancestors. Therefore, I have a crown of wealth, and I'm always working with my abundance. So in that way, even if they wish they could connect through my mom, the river could flow through generations, even if it skips a beat, skips a step, encounters a stone, water just goes around. And I just allow myself to be a conduit for that healing, a conduit for that ebb and flow. And to touch on what Adé said, to also be, to crash, to also sometimes pull the handbrake and just do nothing. Yeah, be a dam in which to hold all this goodness or all this trauma or all this pain. And then it's also how I'm being a mother. I'm not a mom, I don't become a mom. Like I remember these children, their mother is Kui.Sun. So who is Kui.Sun? And so even in healing intergenerational problems, it always goes back to the self, because again, they did the best they could, so you do the best you can, and it'll heal upwards and it'll heal downwards. And I can say that for my children. We have a very open relationship, and we sit and we discuss, but also I'm a very African mother where manners, standards, politeness, respect for your elders is a must. It's not negotiable. If I ask you to do something, kindly please do it, right? And if you don't, I give you that look of right? So I like to say cherry pick. I collect from different places, remove the chaff where I need to, and then make my nice mix of something edible for the next generation, whilst still sharing the aroma and the goodness with those who have come past. So I don't know if that's the answer to the question, but as I listened, that's what I thought for a while, because I was like, this is still back to me. This is still back to what Iris keeps saying about your own wellness, your mental health, your physical health, your spiritual connection. That is still, that's the place we are dialing from.
Absolutely. I mean, I think answers are never, like Adé said, they'll never reveal themselves. We're manifesting them as we go. So it's just about, you know, having these sort of discussions to open up trains of thought. What you said about using the materiality of a particular objects like your shells, the cowrie shells, to connect with the ancestors. I think that's a powerful, it's a subtle gesture, but it's a poignant one. And I think that's it's just something to think about, something to meditate on. I think that's brilliant. Thank you. We only have a couple of minutes left, literally 3 minutes left. So I wonder if Adé and Iris can, in that time, I don't know how, but just briefly say a few things about the intergenerational question. And also Toyin has posted a question in the chat about how to mainstream the need for transformation. But if we don't have enough time, I have a feeling this is something we can go into the next panel, but it's a very crucial question, because in order to make change happen, you need to first be aware that you need change. So her question is about how do we awaken, you know, the continent to realize this need for change and then start to take those steps. But of course, if you can't go into that, perhaps we'll have more time in the third panel.
I'm happy to. I think with the intergenerational stuff, Kui.Sun already touched on this. I do believe that it starts with the personal. It starts with that self, because the more I do my own work, my own inner work, the more healing happens to my ancestral line, the people that came before me and the people yet to come. It starts with me. It begins with me. So the more work I do on myself, and the different ways of starting that work. I did a program many moons ago called the Hoffman process. And as part of that process, we explore the lives of our parents, and where we start to humanize them, start to see them as people. Go, oh, they didn't have all the answers. They were just regular people who were making mistakes, like I make mistakes now. And I tell you what that did for me was it started to enable me to get to that place of forgiveness and to get to that place of grief for what I never had and what I hoped to have. So there are different ways that we can do that work, but it starts with all of us. And going to Toyin's question, doing this work is uncomfortable, and I think in order to make it mainstream, we all need to learn how to be with discomfort. Like we need to normalize discomfort. We need to normalize talking about pain. There's a poet by the name of Mark Nepo, and he talks about transformation, and he says it happens in one of two ways. We either willfully shed things that are no longer working for us, or we are broken open. So something happens. Someone dies, we lose a job, we're involved in an accident. And my prayer for all of us is that we willfully shed rather than normalizing this broken open. And yet at the same time, both happen. We can't control fate. So there will be times where we are broken open, where we go, oh, okay, this is the time for transformation. And there are times where we willfully shed. Maybe we've outgrown a relationship, we decide to leave. Maybe we've outgrown a job, we decide to leave. We've outgrown a home, we decide to leave. We've outgrown the way that we dress, we decide to change how we dress. So that's a willfully shedding. And my invitation for all of us as part of our journey is just really paying attention to that. It's really paying attention to those moments of willfully shedding and being broken open, and using that as an opportunity to grow, to heal, and to transform. Every single moment is an invitation to transform. Right now, in this moment, is an invitation to transform and heal. Every single moment is an invitation.
Thank you. If we can have some final thoughts from Iris and we can round up the session.
Thanks, Sarah. I'm ambitiously hoping to cover both your question and Toyin in one. But as you asked that question and thinking about Toyin's question as well, it made me think about how, you know, in our healing journeys, when we start to embody some of the healing and the shifts that are happening in our lives, in our inner selves, right, in our bodies and our spirits, there's something about that that starts a conversation, because you start doing things differently, you're showing up differently. And so there's a curiosity, and people who know you and have encountered you right before are like, what's going on, you know? And there's something about the journey of healing that sparks conversations. And it's through that process of storytelling, whether it's at the micro level or the macro, that then starts this kind of more subtle process of these journeys of mainstreaming or popularizing, right? Some of these approaches to healing, some of these approaches to transformation, and even, in a sense, almost democratizing this access to healing, this access to the invitation, as Adé shared, you know, of every moment, the invitation of the possibility that a moment, any moment, could bring this kind of transformation. And I mean, thinking back to also the intergenerational part and embodiment, oftentimes my mom says to me in my home language, Xitsonga, mbelo ya wena, and to translate it in English, it will be a poor translation, is that your life wipes her historical tears. And so there's something about embodiment that also brings that shift, right? Intergenerationally and multi-generationally. And there's something about the invitation of healing that also enables us to contribute to the efforts of many others to build these lineages of healing that may not be starting with us. We are reconnecting to it and also almost building the foundations even further, so that future generations also have that invitation to add, to remix, you know, maybe even to let go of some of the lineages that we are bringing, or some of the invitations that we are bringing to this work of healing, but also this embodiment of healing.
Yeah, that's a very profound quote. Did you say your life wipes my generational tears? Yeah, that's quite something to think about. Yeah, that's a nice note to finish on. Thank you so much to all of our speakers, Iris, Adé, and Kui. We will now go into our afternoon break, which is a 45-minute break, now 40-minute break. We'll come back at 3 p.m. for the afternoon session.
No, we are not going yet.
Time we'll have a yoga session.
Yeah, before we go.
Yes. So during the break, I think it will actually go on.
Oh,
so
okay.
You can have your break, and also you can, yes. So it's not a blank. We won't have a blank screen for the break. We'll have a yoga session, which will be led by Joyce. Just before we go, let me just quickly give us an introduction to her. She's a wellness practitioner. Joyce Mahlatini is a best life advocate and free-spirited globe-trotting person that teaches yoga and dance to adults and children. She is a Zimbabwean-born wellbeing guru who lives her life to reflect the limitless possibilities within the individuals, which can be tapped into and harnessed to birth a holistic version of oneself. Joyce has lived and taught yoga in 8 countries across the world. So thank you, Joyce, for joining us today. And yeah, we're looking forward to this yoga session with you.
Hi, everybody. So, sorry, technology and I are not friends. So I hope you're all well. I'm doing well. I have to do that thing where I get rid of my background because I don't think you see me very well if I have a background. None. There we go. No background. So I was going to do a yoga session, and then it occurs to me that the way some of you are dressed, you're probably not ready to go out and be, oh, yeah, we're going to do yoga. So we're just going to do it on our chairs. So if you just come, you've got your chair. I hope you can see me. Sorry. Welcome to Africa. We're going to load shedding at the moment. So there's no electricity in my country at the moment. So come and sit on your chair. Just be on the edge of your chair. Yeah. So you're not leaning back, but you're sitting upright, keeping your spine nice and long. Go ahead and I think you are spotlighted. We can all see you. Fantastic. We can all see me. So you're at the edge of your chair, but not so much that you're going to fall off, yeah? Just on the edge of your chair so you can have your tailbone slightly tucked in and you're sitting nice and long. Bring your hands on your knees. Now with your hands on your knees, let your shoulders come down and away from your ears. And just take a deep breath here through your nose. Hold the breath at the top. And then as you exhale, open your mouth, sighing it out. We'll do one more. Take a deep breath here through your nose. Hold the breath at the top. And as you exhale, open your mouth, sighing it out. Bring your hands down by your side and raise your arms up as you inhale. As you exhale, turn your palms are facing towards the front. Bring your elbows in so you cactus your arms. Reach your arms up again. Elbows come in, you cactus your arms. Take your arms up. Elbows in as you cactus your arms. One more time, take your arms up. Now this time, bring your right hand and you're going to bring your right hand under your left. So your elbows are going to be on top of the other. At the same time, cross your wrists so you wind up with your thumbs in front of your face. If that doesn't happen for you, just go ahead and grab your elbows so you're holding on to your opposite elbows, yeah? So either hold on to elbows or cross the wrists. We call this your eagle arms. You're going to extend your arms out to the front, so really getting into your shoulders. And then you're going to feel that across the back and the shoulder blades, and you're going to hold it here. If you're looking for a little bit more of a stretch, take your elbows up towards the ceiling and then bring them back down again. We'll do 2 more times. Elbows up towards the ceiling, bring them back down. 1 more time. Elbows up towards the ceiling and bring them back down. Now take your arms up. Arms go out to the side. Take your left hand and bring it onto your right knee. And then your right hand is going to come on the back of your chair. Inhale, stretch your spine up. And as you exhale, start to twist. So you're looking as far back behind you as you can. Stretch up more. And then find that twist. 1 more time, stretch and twist. Now facing the front, raise your arms up, reach up. Take your opposite arm, bring it onto your knee. Take the hand towards the back, lengthen, and then you're going to twist and look over. Stretch up, twist. Look back to the front as you release it, and take your right leg. You're going to bring your right ankle on top of your left knee. Your right ankle comes on top of your left knee. Flex your right foot. So maybe you find your knees all the way up. That's okay. As much as you can, work towards relaxing the knee down, 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 as much as it goes. Whether it's all the way down there or it's all the way up here, it doesn't really matter. But remember to keep flexing your foot. Now from here, reach your arms up, inhale. And as you exhale, start to hinge your body forward. So at some point, you're gonna feel your hips going a little out, out, out. If it becomes a little too much, you stop here. If you can take it further, keep going further, keep going further. Some of us are going to come to a place where you can actually bring your arms over the legs and maybe even touch the floor. As you hold that there, flex the foot. So you're either here or you're just stretching here as much as you can. Hold that, so really getting into your hips. Hold it for 3, 2, and on 1, raise your arms up, come back up to center. Release the hands, and then release the right leg. Take the left leg, flex the foot, bring the ankle on top. Keep flexing your foot. Be kind, say, I love you, knee. I need you to go down. Mwah. Down you go. And then reach your arms up, stretch up. And then we hinge forward. So maybe this is you. That's okay. Stay here. Keep reaching forward as much as you can. Maybe you're going to be that person that's going to be like, dun, 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 let me see you. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. And you come down. And maybe your fingertips are going to graze the floor. Hold that there. Are you still flexing your left foot? Be sure to still flex your left foot. Relax your head as much as you can. Good. Now inhale, coming back up, raise your arms up. Release the hands, lower your foot down. Now with your foot down, open your legs a little bit wider. As the legs are a little bit wider, go ahead and raise your arms up. And this time we're gonna fold, 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 fold until your hands are on the floor. Once your hands are on the floor, use that to just lift your hips up because you're supporting yourself with your hands and your feet. You can now lift your hips off the chair and then from there start to straighten your legs. I'm just gonna go sideways. As you straighten your legs, start to walk it out. So when you sit for a long time, you tend to shorten your hamstrings. So this forward fold will allow you to just get some length into your hamstrings, bend and straighten your legs, walk it out. Shake your head, nod your head. You can also grab your opposite elbows. And then you're swinging from side to side. Now release your opposite elbows and just start to ragdoll your way up to stand. As you come up to stand, I'll move back a little bit more so you can see a little bit more. So you're coming up to standing, you're just in front of your chair. Don't need that much space. Reach your arms up, stretch up. And as you exhale, bend your knees ever so slightly. Take your hands down towards the floor. Hands come to the floor. Bring your hands on your knees. Lift your chest up, coming to a halfway lift. Exhale, you fold forward. Let's do that again. Inhale, raise your arms up, reach up, stretch up. Exhale, bring your hands to your heart center, hands in front of your chest. Inhale, stretch your arms up, reach up. Exhale, you fold forward. Hands on the floor on your shins. Inhale, halfway lift, lengthen, stretch your spine. Exhale as you fold forward. Inhale, raise your arms up. Exhale, bring your hands to your heart center. Hands are down by your side. Using your chair, you've got your chair. So have your chair just on the side next to you. Put your hand on the chair. Bring your left hand on your hip. Your right hand is holding onto your chair. And then lift your left leg up. Left leg is lifting up. Raise your left hand up. If you've got the balance, let go of the chair. So both hands are coming up. But if you need the chair, just keep your hand on the chair. Reach your arms up. This is called stork pose. For those of you, in case your mommy never told you, storks are where babies come from. They carry the baby in their mouth and then they deliver the baby. Now let your stork fly, still holding on to the chair or not. Take the leg back. And that's your stork in flight. Now we're gonna do it a couple of more times. Bring yourself back up. Testing out your balance by not holding onto the chair or keep holding onto the chair if you need it. Take the leg back. 2 more times. Bring the leg up. Take the leg back. 1 last time. Bring the leg up. This time, you're going to take your leg and bring, I'm going to turn so you can see, and you're going to take this foot, take your toes to the floor, and then just have this foot like a kickstand. If you've got balance, you can take it a little higher, or you can take it all the way up, and then bring your hands to your chest. This is tree pose. You can open out your tree, let your African tree grow wild, grow proud. Again, if you need the chair, where's my chair? You're holding on to the chair and you're just letting one branch grow up and the other is holding the chair. Hold it for 3, hold it for 2. On 1, bring your hands back to your chest, bring the knee in and bring it down. Shake it off. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it. We're gonna do the same thing on the other leg. So again, hands by the chair, right hand on the hip. You're gonna bring your right leg up, take your right hand up, take the right knee up, hold your stock pose. So if I didn't have a chair, this is what I look like. Let the stock prepare to deliver the baby, and the stock takes the baby. Let it fly. And bring it back up. Let it fly. Use the chair if you need it. Bring it back up. Let it fly. 1 last time, bring it back up. This time, you're gonna take it and find your tree. Hold your tree. I choose to be a baobab tree. Hold your baobab tree or whatever tree you're going with. Staying there for 3, for 2, and on 1, bring the knee in, hug it in, and release it. Shake it out. And then we finish off. Stand behind your chair. Put your hands on the back of your chair and step back. Enough so you're getting a stretch at the back of your legs, enough so you're still holding on to the chair. Inhale, open up your chest, lengthen. As you exhale, start to fold. So your head comes in between your arms, your hips are going back, you're feeling the stretch all over the backs of your legs. Shoulders are coming down and away from your ears. Hold it there. For 3. Staying for 2. And on 1. Coming back up. Walk yourself back. Finding your way back to your chair. Sitting down in your chair, your feet are firmly on the floor, you're at the edge of your chair. Inhale, raise your arms up, reach up. Exhale, bring your hands to your heart center 1 more time. Inhale, stretch your arms up. Exhale, hands to your heart center. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your day.
I feel alive. I am renewable energy. I've been renewed. Thank you so much, my sister. Is Sarah there? Sorry, Sarah, are you there? I don't know if you want to say anything before Joy goes. Namaste, sister. Maybe you want to share your email address in the chat room if people want to reach out to you, since you do online yoga classes, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. I do online yoga classes. So I'll just put my email address in the chat.
Yeah, anybody wants to reach out to you, they can. And yeah, we see everybody back at 3 p.m. for the last panel. Enjoy your lunch. I'm going to be playing some music in the background. Auntie Dora, thank you. Thank you. We appreciate my my spinal cord clicked back in place when I stretched.
Oh, good.
Yes. Thank you. Take care now. Mwah. I'm going to be playing some music in the background. Enjoy your break, everyone. We'll come back at 3 p.m. And then we will have just 1 hour to round up, and it can be music all through for another 1 hour for anybody who want to stay. Yes, yes, yes. Let me look for the music. Let's music take control. Yeah.
From grace to grace, back to grace to grace. Life now roll up those down. Anytime all the day, and the plan is good to bear, and the heart is good for mending. You ask me how I survive. Find your day. Manage you never create. When the time of the day and the people to the play and the money to spending, if you manage to survive, you see. You manage to survive. When the time of the day and the leader to the play and the people to the hurry, you manage to survive. You say, hurry. You manage to survive. All times that change and all things remain the same. Yeah, we are breathing is enough for every one of us. The future you speak of is here. Our harvest is near. I'm telling the song I sing, searching for glory in the life I live. Let me feel future that I see to make come true. Now. I'm a man with many faces, and my life is in many faces. Oh, when I'm running, oh, when I'm burning, oh. I'm here, I'm myself. I'm lost in the memory because I'm telling stories in the song I sing, searching for glory in the life I live. To help me see future that I see, to make come true. Yeah, the future is become with you. The hour of harvest is near. I'm telling stories in the song I sing, searching for glory in the life I live. To help me dream future that I see, make come true.
Just checking to see if we are back. Is my voice get going? Let's see. Okay, welcome back. I've not seen Sarah. Okay, she's here. Okay. Oh, my people are showing up. I don't know why my voice is echoing. Let me try. Is it echoing to you? Is it echoing?
I think it's better now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chine, Laurence
What's up?
is a cat mother as well. Did you see a black cat? When
this
she,
is
yeah.
Oh, you have one too. Let me find Zuki.
He has four. Where is
Hi,
everyone. Wait, let me find Zugi.
Hi, Dominique.
Hi. Oh my gosh.
The way you said my voice is
Everybody, here is my gorgeous one.
Oh my God, that's so beautiful.
His name is Zugi.
Zugi. Wow, nice to meet you, Zugi.
He's very naughty, but we love him.
My cats have decided to abandon me. They were just sleeping like, okay, these people are noisy today. We don't want to come out.
Yeah.
Where is your black cat? That's Odoguria.
Yeah, that's OG. I have a black one like your cat.
Really?
It's called OG. Yeah, it's just easy that's around right now.
I don't know if we're giving people more time. Sarah, are you there? I can just say over to you. Oh, my lips are not purple this time. No, oh, they are. My brand is showing in my lips, in my teeth. Let me give Sarah a call. I'm not sure if she's back on the seat. Donald! Hey!
Hello!
I think what we could do though, like I'm realizing Sarah has stepped out, is for us to, okay, she's back. I wanted to say, does Dominique want to step in to carry on as the moderator? But Sarah is here now, so. Yay!
Welcome back, everyone, and a big welcome to people who have just joined us. I hope you had a nice break and you enjoyed the yoga session. So for this afternoon's session, our panel discussion will look at interventions, solutions, and strategies for holistic healing. And we have 3 speakers and a moderator, and I will introduce them all. This session will be chaired by Dominique Dryding, who is a student of life who is constantly evolving. Her motto is Inner Peace for World Peace. As a security studies graduate, her personal focus for contributing to peace in the world shifted from trying to influence external structures, seemingly inhibiting peace, to cultivating peace within. She's passionate about personal empowerment and the role of relationships, intimate or otherwise, as incredible opportunities for personal and spiritual growth. These passions are cultivated in her work as a sex, love, and relationships coach, a lay counselor and meditation practitioner. She also wears the hat of capacity building manager for the Afrobarometer Network, a Pan-African research network which provides reliable, timely data on the views of ordinary Africans to inform development and policy decision-making in about 35 countries in Africa. She holds an MSc in Leadership, Security and Society from King's College London, as well as a BSc in Justice and Transformation from the University of Cape Town. Welcome, Dominique. And our speakers for this session are in order of presentation according to our program. Our first speaker is Chine Ezekwesili. He's a designer, teacher, artist, and co-founder of Akanka Design, a company on a mission to design experiences that make the world a happier, kinder, and more creative place. Chine is a multidisciplinary designer for Akanka Design and An African Future. He is passionate about energy, Africa, and designing happiness. Warm welcome to you. And we also have Laurence. Laurence Sessou is a trained body worker with over 17 years of clinical experience with roots from the Republic of Benin. She is a holder of sacred space, with a focus on healing spaces for women and children. She's an experienced massage therapist and aromatherapist and a doula in training. Traditions and rituals of ancient people and tribes are the source of her inspiration. Her grandfather was a chief and healer, and her grandmothers were traditional dancers and channels. Animism is the path of our ancestors, and her work is greatly inspired by this heritage. Also, warm welcome to you, Laurence. Thank you for looking so fabulous and leaving your camera on the entire time. So we have this great point of reference throughout the whole clip. Our third speaker is Donald Molosi, who is an award-winning actor in film and theatre. He's based in London. Donald has written and performed original solo shows off-Broadway to great critical acclaim. In 2016, he published his off-Broadway plays in a collection called We Are All Blue, which won the African Authors Award in the Best Narrative category and is currently taught in universities around the world. To commemorate his 21-year career in theatre, Molosi will debut his drag queen alter ego called Dumela Fella in London's West End this year. Dumela Fella is the first mainstream drag queen from Botswana. Molosi's film credits include a United Kingdom opposite Academy Award nominee Rosamund Pike, also the award-winning 2064 and the upcoming Boy Boy, filmed in London and Gabon. Molosi holds an MA in creative writing from Brunel University, London, an MA in theatre and performance studies from the University of California in Santa Barbara, a BA in theatre and political science from Williams College, and he's also trained in classical acting at the London Academy of Music and Dramatic Arts. Warm welcome to you. I will now hand over to our chair, which we will now refer to as our moderator, Dominique.
Thank you so much, Sarah. And thank you for that chuckle, Laurence. That was, yeah, very nourishing. I have been, like our panel has been tasked with quite a challenging, but a deeply moving task of unpacking the interventions, the solutions, the strategies to move forward, to change, and to take everything that we've heard and talk about ways and discuss ways to integrate that into our daily lives. And I'm just so deeply moved by the evolution of this conversation from the beginning, from our first panel discussing historical trauma and the importance of recognizing that, with Omonblanks really challenging us to think differently about how we view the lens through which we view trauma. And I think the one line that's really stuck with me from that panel was, how do I heal trauma, my intergenerational trauma, by the way I move in the world? And that sort of took us really beautifully into our second panel on contemporary challenges and hearing the life stories of these people, our previous panelists, and really connecting with that remembering process. I think that every panelist in that discussion really touched on the importance of healing being a remembering, and healing also being that coming into wholeness after the fragmentation that is created with trauma. And then also getting these seeds as a sex, love, and relationship coach. I'm sort of in this world of pleasure outside of my 9 to 5, and hearing Iris so beautifully bring in that the importance of centering in pleasure as a healing modality, and how do we prioritize feeling and living from that space of pleasure in our daily lives through the challenges that we may experience. Because when we're talking about pleasure, we're also not negating what Adé was saying about the importance of being able to sit in the discomfort that comes with healing and the healing journey. So sort of feeling the juxtaposition between those two things. And And Kui.Sun, firstly, your name just sort of brings me back to my own ancestors. But it reminded me of a saying that I heard Alexis Pollingam say about spirit speaks in aesthetics, and how do we create the vibration that precedes us, that we want to actually precede us. So those are the things that I've sort of been playing with throughout the day. And I know that the rest of the people on my panel, Chine, Laurence, and Donald, I'm sure there's many other little tidbits that you've taken from our previous speakers, but to sort of open up our discussion, what are your takes on interventions, solutions, and strategies for holistic healing that can be intergenerational and holistic and collective all in one? So I will hand over to, I do want this to be sort of a more flowy conversation. So I'll gently hand over the mic to Chine, but please come in, because I'm also seeing Laurence, and I'm feeling Laurence wants to say something too. So let it be a flow.
Laurence, I'm going to do ladies first, yeah. So Laurence.
You don't have to, but okay, while I'm here,
Okay.
Thank you. First of all, a massive thank you, Toyin, for bringing us together and to share this. It's such an important subject, and it speaks deeply, deeply to my heart. So remembering meeting you at the SCARD exhibition back in London, and seeing you here looking absolutely amazing, and having brought together amazing hearts to this discussion, amazing experiences, amazing stories. I really view stories as medicine, and they really have nourished my heart and my womb. So really extending my gratitude to you for bringing this very necessary conversation. And some of us are already taking action about it. And when we're talking about strategies and how to bring this mainstream, does it need to be mainstream? I don't know. Sometimes I think certain things belong to the sacred and the mystery. And so I think a nice way to do things sometimes is to present what we do, and then whoever feels called and inspired by what you do will just come forward. But anyway, really felt nourished by all the stories and topics. And it's interesting because all the subjects that we spoke about, it's kind of encapsulate what I do. Let's start from the beginning. I became a therapist and a healer because I was going through serious health problem myself. And I wanted to find a way to look after myself. It was very simple. So I went to university and did a degree in bodywork and neuromuscular therapy. And we had a module on aromatherapy, and I completely fell in love with the power of the plants in that way. And having a grandfather that was a herbalist and grandmothers that were channeled, healing has always been in my family. And so I really use these modalities into my practice. I love the body. I love the body because the body never lies. The body has a way to speak to us when we choose to listen and connect with it. And I'm glad that that was brought in the previous conversation, talking about fragmentation of mind, body, spirit, and bringing this together. And the power of us feeling and having all these senses. So the pleasure, the joy, and I'm really, all of this is integrated into my work. And so what I would like to talk about is Tickle Your Senses, which are my sacred space that I've created about 4 years ago. And so the reason why I decided to start these beautiful circles is because I was having a lot more young women self-harming, I mean, severely self-harming. And when I would ask them, what are your triggers? I could completely understand and relate to what they were talking to. And so the question was like, well, how do you do it? How do you seem to be so strong and grounded and seeming to be thriving? So I decided to create the circles. So it would be a collection of tools that we're able to take away into their life. I call them thriving tools in order for them to actually enjoy this life here and now, because I believe it's a gift. and life can happen now, joyfully now, pleasurably now. So there is a sharing circles, because I think it's important to be heard and seen in our stories and our experiences. And then there's a sensory experience where we connect with the essential oils and we get an opportunity to make our own medicine. So it's a place when we look at the trauma, listen to it, acknowledge it, and then we're looking at solutions and how to move forward, in a nutshell. So yeah, that's I guess part of the way I feel I am contributing to solutions, having those circles, those spaces where we can express ourselves, make things and connect in ways that are quite extraordinary, in a nutshell. Not sure if I answered the question, but blah, blah, blah.
Thank you so much, Laurence, for like opening us to this. And again, like, let me not speak too much because I feel like I've already spoken a lot. Let me just hand it over immediately to Chine to just allow the conversation to flow.
Okay, let me make sure I'm not muted. Okay, good, I'm not. Yo, Laurence, just listening to you speak, and I was just grateful, you know, I'm grateful that we have people who are taking responsibility for ensuring that we are figuring out how to truly heal. And that is a very important part of this assignment for us, is in really truly figuring out how to heal. And that involves creating spaces, as you had mentioned. And that's a big part of what it is that we do. And just for reference, let me introduce myself. My name is Chine Ezekwesili, and there are two of me, actually. I'm an identical twin. And we both run a company called Akanka. And the vision of Akanka is to design heaven on earth. Okay, so you're probably going to wonder, how do you do that? How can that be your vision? Well, it's actually quite simple once you know the sequence to it. If you want to design heaven on earth, you have to first start with the first earth that we all have, which is the earth in our mind. You have to start with the mind. And once you can start by designing heaven in the mind, you can design that physically as well. You can design what that is meant to feel like. So you first start with, what are the aspects of heaven that we think of? What heaven is meant to be peaceful, it's meant to be joyful, it's meant to be happiness, it's meant to be love. Well, what does it look like if we begin to design all these things first within our minds? And when we design these things within our mind, we find that it creates the ability for us to design it physically. So that's how we are tackling this situation, is that we are starting from the mind. We're starting with, if you can teach people how to create a mindset or design a mindset that is peaceful, that is loving, it means that automatically they already begin to create that space where it number one really matters, which is within themselves. And once they can create it within themselves, it makes it easier for them to create it outside that. But one of the things that also makes it easier, right, is if you can create a space that feels like healing, then that helps just onboard their mind towards that feeling that you want to give them. Because one very important thing that we recognize is that what you focus your attention on, you become. So if you're in a space where that is designed for healing, well, you become healed. And if you're in the space that is designed for chaos, well, chaos is a part of the equation. You become that. So just putting that in mind, it's why I'm really thankful and grateful just hearing you, Laurence, talk about spaces, because that's truly where it matters, is how can you design psychological and physiological spaces that actually heals. And once you can find the answer to that, once you can figure out how to actually really design the mindset towards healing, then you have the solution. And that's what we've worked on. And I can tell you that we have the answer, and I will discuss that later on. But for now, let's just vibe.
I love that. I love that. It really brings to mind the importance of like tending to the inner landscape and then allowing that to ripple out, which like brings us back to what Kui.Sun was saying earlier about that creating that vibration that sort of moves you in the world. So thank you, Chine. Donald, what is your take on all of this?
Hi, everyone. Thank you. I'm so excited to be on this panel. I've really enjoyed hearing people talk about the need to consult our spirits, even the spirits that have come before, because we know that as Africans across the continent, we are people who live daily life in communion with those who may be biologically dead, but spiritually alive. So I like that even as we think of our interventions so far in the panels, we are consulting them and including them as we think of any sort of healing that we might need. There's a story that we have as Botswana. I'm from Botswana, but as Botswana, even in Botswana, who are in South Africa, it's across borders, of Muriungi. And the story of this boy who was born in one land where his people are not from. And so he never met his parent, and he was always curious about his parent because the people were abusing him because he didn't have a parent. Then one day he found his way back to where his parent had been buried, and he brought the parents' clothes and shoes and everything. He dug up the grave, took out the bones of his parents, and joined them together to form a body, and dressed, and then his parent came alive, and that's how people in that other land came to treat him well. That folk tale embodies a lot of what my contact with our history has been. I am an African who has only childhood memories of Africa and spent a lot of my adult life outside of Africa. So I'm in a diaspora in a way that is not quite clear because I'm not, for example, say African-American, but I am African. And so there was already healing for me to be done at a personal level because the relationship between Africa and this diaspora, whatever character of that diaspora, you know, as in like I chose to leave, that relationship is charged, and there's a healing that needs to happen there because people like me are not just outside the continent, we also come back to the continent. We're part of families, so we need to be healed as well. And so I have found that in my work as a writer and a performer, that I'm constantly trying to reunite our bodies with what we know ourselves to be. And I sometimes think of it as the bodyscape and sort of the ideoscape, if you will, where, for example, we know there's nothing wrong with our hair as it grows on our heads. But one of the sort of things that I do is run this collective that speaks up on these issues. And we spoke against schools in Botswana having the policy against Afro hair. This was in 2017. So it's through pragmatic, difficult, sometimes political work like that, that I sometimes find is my way to do spiritual work. So I'll stop here and sort of let others speak.
Unmuted. Before I move on to my next question, there's so much that's come from this conversation so far, but I wanted to give our panelists an opportunity to respond to each other. Maybe Laurence, is there anything that your other two panelists shared that sparked something that wants to be shared in this space?
Laurence, you're muted.
Sorry. I'm not sure I've listened to the question properly. Would you mind repeating it, please?
I was saying that before I move on to my next question, I wanted to give you guys an opportunity to respond to what each other have shared. And I was just wondering if there's anything in what's been shared that's invoked something in you that wants to come forth in response to Chine or Donald.
Yeah, okay. I think I can resonate with everything that was said, but I would say I'm not a very cerebral person. Like I've never really been intellectual. I was always very sensitive. So it's interesting that Chine was talking about the mind and the brain and how we think and how it influences everything else. I take the approach the other way around. If I tune into how I feel, then intuitively I will know where to go or what decision to make. And I think they're actually quite complementary. And that's why I think healing can be so diverse and complex because we've got a different way to actually welcome informations in. And for me, it's the body. It starts with my body. If it doesn't feel right, or if my intuition is saying no, it's not going to be a cerebral thought. It's going to be an embodied thought, and I'm going to respond based on that. So my practice will be taking this way around. In fact, a lot of my clients are actually super intellectual. They've wrote books and they've done this and they've done that. And then something is missing. They're like, I don't connect with my body. Mm-hmm. And that's when the encouragement and the inspiration is to take it there and really feel how it's like. Because it's true, there are ideals. Like I think Donald had said, there is the ideals, and actually there's a reality of how things are. So it's about just bringing it here into the body and really senses where we are with it and what direction we want to take with our healing. So yeah, that's what I would add to that.
Thank you so much, Laurence. My next question is about mainstream, and I like what you said in your opening sort of sharing, that do we actually want these things to be mainstreamed? So my next question, and I'll give it to Chine to start us off. Firstly, how can these interventions or strategies become mainstreamed? But the caveat to that is mainstream even to be desired?
That's a very brilliant question. Thanks for asking, Dominique. Mainstream. I think that it's super important that anything that begins is able to start small. And I think it's very important, because when things become mainstream, there's a lot of public gaze on it. And what happens when public gaze arrives on something is that if it does not have the time to solidify itself, to really figure out what it's about, to really and truly test its theories and ensure that it is able to adequately solve the issue of the problem that it is designed for, when you throw it to the mainstream that way, it's going to get corrupted. And so it's super important that things begin in a community, in a small circle. And eventually what happens is that it then grows organically. Because a lot of times the issue is that we tend to focus entirely on mainstream as where to get to, when that's not the ideal. You know, the reality is if we're doing the work and we're really doing it well, eventually it will become mainstream. Eventually, whether it doesn't have a choice in that regard, because it will grow to the point where everyone slowly begins to accept its efficacy. But if the mainstreamness of it is the focus in the beginning, then it is inevitably going to fail, because it will begin to mirror what is going on in the mainstream as opposed to solve it. Because remember that I said that what you focus your attention on becomes your reality. And so if you're focusing your attention entirely on the mainstream as opposed to the solution you're supposed to be solving, then what's going to be happening is that you're going to just really be creating another version of the mainstream as opposed to a solution. So it's super important that we're beginning organically, that we're slowing down to start small, that these things are things that exist in settings like this. And over time, as we begin to network more and you have more people bringing in what they have, or the gift or the ability that has been given by the ancestors, what happens is that eventually we will arrive at a point in time where that message is ready to be accepted by the mainstream. But that's going to take time, and it is okay for us to be comfortable with time.
So many aha moments. I'm feeling like Oprah sitting on her couch, saying like, oh my gosh, mind blown each time. Yeah, and I think that your point brings my sort of thought process back to our first panel, where I think it was Omonblanks, but I'm not 100% sure, the importance of being open to, of the universe, and how it's so important in our relationship to trauma to sort of be open to the evolution of generations, the evolution of cultures, the evolutions of continents, the world, the universe as a whole, but also the evolution of self. And with that evolution of self, being able to sit through the growing pains of discomfort that comes with needing to deal with all of the moments that have taken us away from our wholeness, the moments, the traumatic moments, etc. So Donald, what is your take on mainstream and whether mainstream is something to be desired or not?
I think that, to me, mainstream means it'll be wholly accessible to people and that it would be popularized. And I cannot see how that can be a terrible thing. I think that a lot of the time when I think of the healing that we need to do, I look at when the wound first appeared. The wound came in a wholesale fashion, in a mainstream way, an attack on an entire continent at once. So maybe the healing deserves the same treatment of it being that wholesale, that mainstream, that almost ordinary, if we really we can make it past the shame, which I would like to end with a question here about shame, how my fellow panelists deal with that. Because, for example, when I advocated for afros, our hair as it grows on our head, to be allowed in the classroom. In 2017 Botswana, my compatriots were the ones who said I was wrong because there was so much shame around our own hair. And it gets in the way of healing to have so much shame. Yeah.
Yeah, Donald, I'm with you on that one. I'm originally from the Republic of Benin. And Vodun is a tradition that is respected throughout the country. But I noticed that when I was over here, or from my peers from different African countries were like, oh my God, they demonized the name. And it was pure misinformation. They don't actually understand the science behind Vodun tradition or animism. So that was sometimes, I think for a while, I've never been fully ashamed of it, but for a while I was withholding that part of it because I thought it would scare people away. But even with my health, there was a lot of shame attached to it. So that's definitely something that I think needs to be reclaimed. And it's important to, again, embody that feeling of, it is who I am. Like you said, the hair that grows out naturally. Why is it revolutionary to have an afro? I never got that. And even the way sometimes people react with my hair, they're like, oh my God, it looks so gorgeous, as if it was impossible for natural hair to look so beautiful. So I totally understand, that point of shame is very important. And also I took some notes about the mainstream or not. And I don't think it's one or either. I think for me, what resonates with me with that conversation is that whoever is holding the space or whatever we're talking about and what we want to put out there, are we really grounded and clear into what we do? And then once we have done this on a community level, I think it's also the responsibility of the community to protect the space holder and to protect the intention of the work. So everybody, I think, has to be responsible as to if something goes mainstream. I think it's everyone's responsibility to actually protect the work, and that the foundation and the groundedness is always quite solid. That would be my take on it, because I believe that certain things, don't always have to be said openly. There's certain things that can be done with the mystery, and then the outcome is actually seen outwards. And then if you're interested in it, well, come to my room or come to this circle and maybe you will understand. So I don't think there's a one or either. I think it's important to move very clear and grounded in it.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think how I want to close is my final question sort of makes me think about, I think Marianne Williamson shared it, in that it's never too late to heal. The healing will just look different at different stages of the process. And I think that goes from the individual to community level to environmental, I mean, with the climate change crisis being what it is. And with that being said, also thinking back to the various layers and layers of trauma that we collectively carry and individually carry, I'd like to know from you guys, what are your visions for the future of Africa? And secondly, will this path of healing that is collective and intergenerational make a difference to this vision that you have? I also want to note here the importance of the imagination and envisioning something, because obviously it won't be possible if it hasn't been envisioned by somebody. And by sharing these visions, we're able to create more like-minded people who create these visions. So with that, I'd like to hand over to Donald to start us off.
Yeah, it's a big question. I think that the Africa that I imagine would have to be an inclusive one. It would have to be one that includes those who are biologically dead and spiritually alive, to include those who are not yet born, and to include all those who are any permutation of humanity who are biologically alive. So I think that we get at that ideal of being self-loving and inclusive as a continent, when we acknowledge the wound, what the wound is, what are we healing from? And we would then need to be pragmatic about teaching the history so that we know exactly what we're healing from. I know that in Botswana, I used to get very frustrated doing this kind of advocating for history work because people still trivialize it, but it's because they don't know to value it. And they are almost taught to trivialize it. So I think that I imagine an Africa that learns of her own story through her own self, and is comfortable in who she is, that she can be inclusive. I will just touch one point before I go. It's the Ubuntu tends to be how we frame conversations around this idea of how to treat each other. And I think as we think of interventions of healing and thinking of Ubuntu as one of the vehicles of that, the process will have to acknowledge the limitations of Ubuntu itself. I had the pleasure of curating this conference that brought together His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Megrasa Machel, and Desmond Tutu, and other elders to speak about Ubuntu. And one of the things we learned from Megrasa Machel very early on was that the Ubuntu had a place for women that was not progressive. It oppressed women. The places that were the guardians in terms of space of Ubuntu, like the Kota or the Kotla, wherever the village court is, a woman, what she wears is prescribed even today, what she should wear, which is deemed to be okay. So she can only practice her humanity within those bounds. So as we think of Ubuntu, let's also be open-eyed, clear-eyed about the limitations of it, and it's also its necessity to evolve. So I'll just stop there. That's the Africa that I imagine in a nutshell.
Thank you so much. Snaps all round. This reminds me of, I think it was Ramdas who said that when you've experienced trauma, there's a part of you that you lose, the part of you that thought that you wouldn't be able to survive it. And it's almost like you need to grow, your being needs to grow in order to hold it without it being the most dominant force or energy in your system, in your body, in your mind. And when you use the word inclusive, it sort of brings me back to that image of, in our being inclusive, how do we also grow in order to include? So thank you for that. But I'm going to hand it over to Laurence. What is this Africa that you envisage?
Wow. First of all, Donald, I really want to give thanks for that last statement that you made about women, because obviously I work a lot with women and really hoping for them to be inspired to really connect to their womb, to that fire, to that power that has been bashed upon. Everything that comes out of us have been medicalized and politicized, and even in the, you know, in the spiritual realm. I just want to say thank you for acknowledging that and for bringing this to the table. It's a very important conversation. Can I just share a bit of a dream that I have of seeing me coming back to the motherland, because I intend to go there, and I want to have this healing center, this birthing center where families can come and have their children healthily, creating a heaven for families to have their children. And I want to grow my own flowers and herbs, because I want to create my own essential oils. Essentially, I would love to have essential oils made in Africa for us, by us. So that's part of the dream. And I guess I would love to, the dream, and I think it's very possible, is to see every African person to really reconnect to the land, to acknowledge their ancestors. Because when we connect to the land, when we acknowledge our ancestors, we become whole, we become part of everything. And there's no room for rejection either. I think what I'm seeing a lot is a lot of rejection of who we are, and we need to stop. I remember, I can't remember the name of the panelist on the first conversation. She said it was important to hold the West accountable for what they've done. But I said, of finishing the sentence, I want to say that we need to create our own table as well. And it's about being responsible. So the way I dream of Africa and what I want to see for the continent, because it is the richest place in the world, in everything, minerals, culture. We've got 54 countries. We're the most diverse place ever. So who are we shrinking ourselves for? So yes, I want to see an Africa that is connected to the land, to the ancestors, and most importantly, to themselves, with no shame attached, with no justification attached, and this subservient thing as well to the West. Like, I would love to burst that bubble, and I would love them to see the true power and beauty that lies there. Yeah, that's my take on it.
Thank you, Laurence. Thank you so much. And I'm adding energy to your vision of creating a birthing center as I'm preparing for motherhood, sort of really realizing the industrial complex that's sort of associated with birthing. It makes me very sad. So yes, to that. But Chine, I also saw fire within you rising as Laurence was talking.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love the contribution on Donald and Laurence, because it actually ties into it. I'm glad that I get to go last this time because it ties it all neatly in now. So it's good. I'm grateful for the contributions that they've made. You know, Donald, just on inclusivity, it's super important subject, because one of the things that we recognized as Africans in the past was that everything is connected. And that is a very important mindset to have, that everything is connected. Because once you recognize that everything is connected, you recognize that everything is as much of you as you are of it. And it means that you begin to give things as much respect as you would want to give or want to be given. You begin to treat things, even things that are not alive, as they are alive. Because the moment you can see everything in your reality as you, as a part of you, as a part of God, it means that how you respond to it becomes different. And so when we look at the Ubuntu and how you'd mentioned how it needs an evolution, that is a very important conversation to be had. Because if in a future Africa, we are still looking at women and trying to subject them to what we believe they should be, then that's not an inclusive Africa, and that's not the one we want to be designing for. So I'm glad you mentioned that. And it ties into something that I will talk about later on. But Laurence, the ancestors, you know, I love that you mentioned that too, that remembering who your ancestors are and actually acknowledging them. Because one of the things that's happened is we've been taught that as people, we are just this version, and you're not connected to your ancestors, and it doesn't matter what happens after or what happened to them. But that's a lie. Your ancestors are you, and you are your ancestors. You are just simply the version of your ancestor who is having this experience of life at this point in time. So everything they went through is still in here, and it's super important to be able to connect to that, connect to their greatness, and also connect to where they could have taken more responsibility. What could they have done better? Okay, so if asked what my vision of Africa is for the future, then I'm just going to say, I mean, it's always going to be heaven on earth. The intention is to design Africa to become heaven on earth. And that is super, super key and important, because when we're able to design what we believe to be heaven on earth, which is a place of love, of joy, of peace, of happiness, it means that every single thing that we're asking for here, which is inclusivity, has to be a key part of that, which is the respect for the ancestors has to be a key part of that. Yeah. But then the question is, how do we get there? How do we actually, in actionable steps, get there? And that's something that my brother and I worked on. You know, during the 2020 lockdown, we spent that period gardening every day. We were trying to take our concrete walkway into a Garden of Eden. So we spent every day just gardening, just moving plants, tugging here and there, just really getting really deep with plants. And in that process, it's taught us something incredibly profound. And we call that the gospel of nature. That's what it brought to us. It brought to us the gospel of nature, because as I said before, what you put your attention to becomes your reality. What you put your attention to, you become. When we begin to put our attention to nature, what happens is that you begin to see the messages that life has left in nature for us. And that's what we saw. And we distilled the most important part of that gospel into something we call the framework. And it's the framework of life, it's the framework of love, it's the framework of intention, it's the framework of everything, really. And it's 3 steps. And the first step in that is to slow down. Because if we as people, if we as Africans want to actually design that heaven on earth, man, we have to learn to slow down. We have to learn to slow down. We're going so fast. Like, we've been programmed to operate on speed mode, and we are doing that without being aware that it is burning our energy and it is burning those around us. But when we learn to slow down more, when we learn to meditate more, when we learn to actually just slow down to breathe, just for starters, just slow down to breathe, which is also why I've loved the breathing exercise and the yoga that's been going on in this session. Beautiful. Thank you, Toyin, for organizing this into it. It's just been beautiful. And thank you for everyone who has also led the sessions. It's been beautiful to witness. But slowing down is the first step in that. Once we learn to slow down as people, we will begin to connect with ourselves. And that is where everything begins from. Connecting with ourselves allows us then to be able to connect with the rest of life, to connect with nature, and to see how interconnected everything is. Now, the second part, or the second point in the framework, is to give gratitude. We have to become people who give gratitude to each other. It's the only way we can be inclusive. Inclusivity requires people being able to look at the other person and say, what do I appreciate about this person? What does this person bring to the table that I appreciate, that we can all learn from, that we can all grow from? And that is a key part of our mindset that we have to develop as Africans. It's actually really being grateful to each other. The more gratitude we learn, the more we will begin to see that in every moment in life, there's a lesson and there's a blessing. And once we can see that, it is super key towards making the right decisions that create heaven on earth. Now, the third part is to take responsibility. When we begin to take responsibility for what we want to see, it happens. That's the only way to create the future. You want to create any future, it's super important that you take responsibility. because taking responsibility gives us the chance to actually make use of those lessons and blessings that life is living in every moment. But until we take that step, life is not going to take a step. And the way life works is that we take a step and then life takes a step, and then we take a step and then life takes a step. But it's not going to take a step if we don't take a step. So as Africans, it's super important that we're learning to slow down more, that we're learning to give more gratitude, and that we're learning to take more responsibility. If we begin to do this with every single action, with every single thing that we're doing in life, we will find that the future that we create will be a future of heaven and earth. We will inevitably design the future we want to see. That's it for me.
And the mic is dropped. Wow, thank you so much for ending us there. We do still have 10 minutes. I just want to open it to the floor. Does anybody from the audience have anything to share? It can be a question, a reflection. I'll wait for hands. But while I wait for hands, I really want to thank Toyin and her team for putting this together. A couple of years ago, I swore I wouldn't be involved in any conferences because I was just so tired of like going into these spaces where people pretend to be making an impact and just feel like I don't actually know why I'm here. It actually was more painful to go through that conference experience than not. And I'm so glad that I was a part of this conversation because it has been part of that remembering process for me, because it's brought up so many times in my life that I have also needed to come back to self. And Chine, coming back to what you were sharing about the importance of gratitude, and also gratitude for your journey. So I am not seeing any hands. So what I want to do is invite my panel to say just a 2-line closing.
Sorry, Dominique, I don't know if you want to read some of what Adé Adeniji said.
Okay, cool, I can do that.
There is a fascinating thing about them being 72-year-old and they are happy that the future would be great. I've just read through.
Okay, so before that, one of our guests, Akwazi Aidu, has said in response to somebody, I'm not 100% sure who it came after, as Steve Biko once aptly said, the most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. And we have to keep on keeping on, keep organizing for Africa, for as the great African-American feminist Flo Kennedy once said, freedom is like taking a bath. We've got to keep taking it every single day. The dominating and oppressive system never gives up, so we can never give up. A luta continua. Ubuntu all the way. As a 72-year-old, this work means a lot to me. I can now see the future and it's great. So thank you for that. I think those are such beautiful words.
I would also love to donate to ìAfrika.
Toyin, I'm sure that's music to your ears. So maybe if Toyin, you can leave your email address in the
yes, I'll put my email address there now.
Okay.
Anyway,
perfect.
here is my face, so you can see me.
It's lovely to virtually meet you. Thank you for that. But what I want to do in closing is give each panelist 30 seconds to just have one closing couple of sentences. And then I just wanted to do a little closing reflection for our panel. So Laurence, if you don't mind.
I don't mind. I've been, there's one thing I wanted to say before the last sentence is that healing, the word healing has been glamorized and romanticized. And I want people to understand that it can be extremely complex and messy, but the reward at the end is actually worth it. So it's not an easy path, and there's a lot of unlearning to do and relearning to do, and it's about almost birthing yourself again. So being very kind to yourself in that process. And there's going to be time you're going to be like, what the hell am I doing? What's going on? Just trust that process. The reward at the end is totally worth it. And there's a quote that I found on Instagram. Hey, I'm an Instagram user, right? And it just reflected so much. I said the essence of my work, and I'm going to read this now, and that's going to be my closure. It says, I don't have any magic to give you. I am here to lead you back to a place when you can remember your own. And so in everything that we do as healers, as children of the earth walking, then we can remember how sacred and how deserving to have an amazing time now. So that's it. Thank you.
That's so beautiful. Laurence, could I ask if you could just type that in the chat, because that was just everything.
I'm gonna do this now.
Thanks so much. Donald. Donald, you still on mute?
I'm here.
Okay, cool.
Hi.
Would you like to share
Hi.
any closing words?
Yes, thank you so much to Toyin and the iAfrika team. I think, I hope that part of our intervention towards healing, in it we trek the trauma trail, and we are a body that was assaulted, so the healing must be for every organ. I think that a collective ritual that we all go through, like being in these colonial classrooms, those are the rituals that I think will need to be reimagined as we heal ourselves, to heal that collective trauma by reimagining collective rituals. But thank you so much, everyone. And I hope we all heal and heal others.
Yay. And in healing ourselves, heal others. Yeah. Chine, please.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all of this. Laurence, something that I picked up on what you said and how you mentioned on the semester that you're giving birth to yourself, right? Again, and it reminds me of a quote that I had said, which is, to be truly, what it means to be born again is actually to be intentional. It's to be truly intentional about loving yourself and others. When you learn how to do this, then that's what it really means to be born again. Because that's one thing that we were not taught to do as people. We're not taught to love ourselves and how to love others. So once we can begin to go back there again and start from that process, then we are truly born again. You know, and so last words, the one thing that I would say is this: if you truly want to heal, it is super important that you start first by seeing yourself. And seeing yourself requires you actually asking yourself all the time, every day, how am I slow? How am I slowing down more? How am I giving more gratitude? How am I taking more responsibility? Once you can begin to ask yourself this question in any situation, in any circumstance, in anything that is happening to you, anything you're going through in life, once you can ask yourself, am I slowing down? Am I slowing down enough? Am I giving more gratitude? Am I taking more responsibility? Once you can ask that question and then proceed to make the actions that makes that answer, or makes the answer a yes, you will eventually arrive at greater heights of healing and greater heights of consciousness and greater heights of love. So please, let's just keep that in mind. Please just apply that as much as possible. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panel. This was a dream. In my last minute, I am going to take some liberties, Toyin, please forgive me. But I just want to invite everybody to just sit with what has been shared over the past 5 hours. So I want to invite you to soften your gaze or just close your eyes and make sure that you are feeling comfortable, that if you need a move, if you need a sound. Just giving your body the space it needs to come to comfort and to come to rest. We've been taken through a very profound journey today through trauma and the landscapes internally that we lead in confronting that trauma. And I just want to invite you to feel into this space which has been created in you through the conversations we've shared today. What have you heard said differently that's just resonated with your soul in some way? Who are you grateful for connecting to in by speaking, but also just in resonating with thought, with ideas? And finally, how do you use what we've discussed, what we've spoken about, what we've grown into here today to move with you through your life going forward? What perspectives are going to be shaping how you move, how you enter rooms, how you relate to other, how you relate to self? And finally, just sharing the energy of gratitude with whoever is resonating with you most deeply in this moment. I want to invite us all to take 3 deep breaths together as we prepare to close this beautiful, spacious container we've created together. And when that feels complete for you, I want to invite you all to open your eyes once again as I hand over to Toyin to close us off. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My heart is full. I've been so busy trying to type out highlights, and I'm like, no, this has ended well. The last panel had done justice to everything needed to be said in this moment. And all I'm just left with is gratitude. And the fact that I'm so like want to cry right now, because it's just shows that we have dreams that we are creating and is becoming realities right in front of all of us, and that we are in it together for one another. And on that, I am grateful. I am happy. I am going to leave there being so joyous, full of joy today. And I just want to say thank you. That's all that is left from my heart to yours. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And that's the end of the conference. And of course, it's the beginning of our collaborations. It is the beginning of our collaborations. We are what we need. I'm going to go forward with this. Thank you. I love you all. If you're still here, there'll be music in the background. Otherwise, have yourself an amazing evening wherever you are. I love you. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Toyin. Appreciate you as always.
Thank you, everyone. I thank all of you for being a part of this. Thank you. Oh.
Yeah, thank you to all our speakers. You were all brilliant.
They are. and to everybody that assisted to put this together. Sarah, I can't thank you enough, honestly speaking. You know, I love you so much. Thank you. I want to see if anybody wants music to be played from their end and want us to dance to before we go, fine. I'm open to it. And if you have to go, I am open to that. Laurence, thank you. You said you had a busy day, but you've been here all day.
Yeah, it wasn't worth it. I'm glad I managed to postpone everything and being here. And
this is
amazing. My heart is full, and I've started following a few of you on Instagram. I'll go back to the email and try to find all of you. I want to keep on looking at what you're doing, how you're spreading your love service, and I want to be a cheerleader. So
we need a physical conference, and I hope that will happen.
It will happen. It will happen. The seed is planted.
Exactly. We have to curate this collective, inclusive space and safe space that we're talking about.
Yeah.
It's our going forward assignment. I'll reach out to all of you, and yes, we'll take the conversation forward.
Yes.
Great, brilliant.
Much love. Oh.